Selamat pagi Bu Soraya.
Selamat pagi. Saat ini kita masih menunggu Prof. Chia Huakuo untuk bergabung. Setelah itu webinar akan saya buka. Oke?
Ya, Ibu. Matur
Terima
suwun.
kasih. Ya.
Dari UNJ.
Selamat datang dari UNY.
Ya, Bu, matur suwun.
Sami-sami.
Aja nggak tahu. Lihat ke kamar mandi emang harus bilang kok. Dan nanti Nesa misalkan lagi dipanggil tuh udah ada suaranya, gurunya tahunya Nesa. Udah ada.
Selamat pagi para peserta. Untuk sementara mikrofon akan kami mute dan hanya co-host dan panitia pada acara pagi ini yang dapat menghidupkan kamera. Untuk menghidupkan kamera Anda bisa raise hand. Terima kasih.
Hi, Titin. Good morning.
Hello, good morning, Prof. Kuo. You there? Thank
Yes,
you.
I try to
Finally.
make the background.
Okay, so you just on the in the video, just click in there, have a choose virtual background, and just add
Video.
image.
It's on the video. Okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
Behind mode. Yeah. You got it?
Yeah. Okay, let me see this. Virtual background. Yes.
Add image. Oh, that's good. Thank you. 谢谢你.
Welcome, Prof. Kuo.
Oh, hi.
I'm Raya.
Raya, how are
Bu Titin?
you?
I'm very good, thank you. So Bu
So you
Titin,
are the You are the moderator?
Yes, right.
Yes.
I'll be a
Okay.
moderator for today's
Good.
session. So since Prof. Kuo is here, can we start the event, Bu Titin?
Yes, please.
Okay, sure. Thank you. Hold on, let me stop my share screen. Okay. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Our webinar is online on Zoom for the registered participants and live on YouTube, so please kindly like and subscribe. All the participants should turn on their camera and turn off their microphone during the webinar. Question and answer are only available during the end of each session. All right. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi
Wabarakatuh.
The Honorable Ibu Dr. Sri Sumarti Ningsih as the Chief of the Committee of World Class Professor 2021 programs. We would like to welcome our speakers of today's webinar, Professor Chia Hua Kuo, PhD, FACSM, CTSSN from the University of Taipei, and all ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this great occasion in which I am Mrs. Raya is happy and privileged to be your moderators. Ladies and gentlemen, before we start our sessions, I would like to share the rules of our webinars today. So we would like to invite you to please turn on your camera during our sessions. Behave appropriately, and you can write any question in chat menu. In the end of each webinar, we will inform you the URL link of the attendance and evaluation form of WCP 2021. Later, the URL link is active for only 60 minutes after the fourth plenary session is over. Ladies and gentlemen, today we have 4 main agenda. The first one is lectures by Prof. Chia Hua Kuo, PhD. And then the next 2 hours, we will have lectures by Professor Dr. Lim Bon Ho. And the third session, we will have lectures by Associate Professor Dr. Roni Lesmana. And the last session, we will have a lecture from Associate Professor Sri Sumarti Ningsih. Excuse me, why I cannot share my screen? Okay. Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, let us start this event by saying Basmalah. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Can everyone see my share screen? Yes.
Yes, Miss.
Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to introduce you to our distinguished professors for the first session of our webinar today. Today, we are happy and privileged to welcome Professor Kuo Chia Hua, PhD, FACSM, CTSSN. He is a distinguished professor from Department of Sports Science, University of Taipei, Taipei, Taiwan. He got his PhD in interdisciplinary exercise physiology, biochemistry, and molecular biology, University of Texas at Austin in 1997. He has a lot of recognition in services such as Fellow, American College of Sport Medicine, Visiting Professor, Sokou University, China, Visiting Professor, University of Malaya, Malaysia, and Outstanding Research Award in Sports Science from the year 2006 up to 2012 from Sports Administration, Ministry of Education, Taiwan. He has an excellent track record of accomplishing projects and publishing above 183 articles in prestigious journals. His research specialization is in the area of human performance and sport nutrition and human metabolism and aging. Let's welcome Professor Kuo Chia Hua. The screen is yours. Prof. Kuo, the screen is yours.
Thank you for your introduction, Raya.
You're very
Nice to
welcome.
meet you. And is Ali here? Ali
Ali-
Muhammad.
Ali is sick today.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay, no problem. Okay, yeah. Okay, let me share my screen. Okay, can you see my screen now?
Not yet, Prof. Kuo.
Okay, that's good.
No.
Today I'm going to
We can't see your screen, Prof.
It's
Kuo.
not seen yet, Prof. Kuo. Can you
Okay, it's
try to
not
share
here.
again?
okay, let me do it again.
Do you need help? Maybe. Oh, that's good.
Okay, that's good.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, we can see it now.
Okay. Today I'm going to talk about the research proposal writing and manuscript preparation after you complete the project. And thank you for your invitation. And Titin, we are good friends. Yeah, I'm so pleased to be invited by Titin to give this lecture. Okay, my talk come into two parts. The first part, I'm going to cover writing a research proposal, and then I'm going to talk about how to write a manuscript after you finish the project. Okay. This part is very important, not only for researchers, but also for if you want to apply funding from the government or from industry. I think writing a research proposal is very important for everybody. Okay, and the first, you want to understand the purpose of the research proposal is what? Okay, so what is the purpose of research proposal and why that is important? Okay, first you want to understand that lack of knowledge matters for our quality of survival. Okay, so one of the reasons that we cannot sustain our life and we cannot live well is there's something to do with the knowledge we have. If we have all knowledge, then we can prevent all negative factor that can undermine our survival. So getting knowledge is very important for everyone. And unfortunately, the human life is very short, at most 120 years, right? And therefore you are relying on your memory, right? So that is the drawback to be a human. Fortunately, we can have documentation of the knowledge. Okay, so if you can document your knowledge and then you let everybody knows about the knowledge, then you are better off to let everybody know what is dangerous for you and what is beneficial for your quality of survival, right? So so right now you understand the research proposal is very important because the purpose of the research is to answer novel questions that remain unknown and is important. Okay, so again, the reason we're doing research is to answer novel questions that remain unknown and important. Okay, so you are not doing research for nothing, right? So you have the purpose. Okay, and whether or not this is a good research proposal is really depending on whether this study can advance the current knowledge further. Okay, so if you put in the resource and the money to a work, and that allow you to gain only small amount of the knowledge, then this proposal would not worth it to fund, right? So the purpose of the research is to advance your current knowledge, and how much you can advance is going to be very important for evaluation of a research proposal. Okay, so first you want to know that who is the founder, right? And you want to know what founder want to know. Okay, and for example, if you apply funding for a private company, then you need to investigate what is their interest. Okay, and if you want to apply funding for the Ministry of Education, then you immediately understand that the purpose of the ministry is to promote education, and therefore you need to write your proposal according to their purpose, right? Okay, then what is the founders want to know? The first is the question worthy of study? Okay, if the question you raise is not important for the Ministry of Education, then it is less likely to be funded if you apply the grant from Ministry of Education, right? So the funding agency would also evaluate how much scientific advancement we also call novelty or originality, how much you can advance, right? And what is the application of this? What is the potential application of the scientific advancement? So that is also important, okay? And you need to adherence to the founder goal. What is the founder interest? That is very important. So you need to know what is the, for example, if you want to apply funding for Coca-Cola, right? Coca-Cola is also another big funder for research. Or you apply funding for Ministry of Science and Technology, then you understand that what their interests are. And then you write your proposal according to their interest. Okay. So what is the probability of the success? Is really depending on whether your methodology can really answer the question of your study. Okay, so you need to know what is the question and whether the question is new. Okay, and you cannot find the answer by literature search. Okay, and then you need to have the qualified team. Okay, the qualified candidate. So just give you one example. If you are a sports scientist, then you find a group of people that are in civil engineering, then they are not qualified for to doing this kind of research, right? So you need to have the qualified team, and you want to look at their previous publication to identify whether those candidates they are the expert in the area. Okay, and you also want to evaluate the university and the lab that the principal investigator. If they don't have adequate resource, then they cannot finish the job, right? So that are the something that will be evaluated by the funding agency. Okay, then I'm going to give you what is the successful research proposal. Okay, the first one is the proposal must be convincing to the founder, right? So if I'm the minister, right, and you put a proposal to me in front of me, and then the first question is whether this proposal is convincing to me, right? If this is not convinced, then I'm not going to give the valuable money to you, right? So the proposal must be convincing, And when I look at your proposal, the first page is the title of the research, right? So I'm very busy, so I have to look at your title. And if the title is not interest me, then I will not spend my time to look at your abstract, right? So if I see the title is interesting, then I would look at your abstract to get more detail, right? So so that means the title and the abstract is very, very important. Okay, so when you finish your proposal, you always come back and look at your title and abstract and ask yourself the question: are title and abstract attractive enough for your founder? Okay, so that is the most important part. Okay, and then you want to cite the literature, and a lot of people, they cite a lot of literature that is irrelevant. Okay, so that is only occupy the space. In most of the funding agency, they request the PI to submit the proposal that has less than 10 pages. Okay, because if you have the proposal that is 50 pages, no one will finish the reading, right? And therefore, this will not be a successful proposal, right? So you want to keep the space of your proposal as short as possible. So in Taiwan, the Ministry of Science and Technology, they request all the funding, the proposal writer to limit their proposal within 10 pages. Okay. Okay. Then you need to identify what is the knowledge gap to be advanced. And this is quite important because remember that the purpose of a research is to answer the question that has not been answered, right? So your reviewer, your grant reviewer is going to search the literature to see whether whether this question has been explored before, right? So that is very important things to be identified. And sometimes your reviewer is going to say that, okay, the question you propose, I can find the answer, right? And therefore they reject your proposal because of lack of originality. Okay, so you need to identify the knowledge gap and to tell your reviewer, say, no, this is the question that is new, that has not yet been answered before. Okay, then so this is something to do with the clear, novel question to be answered. Okay, and also you want to know that it's very easy to find the question that has not been answered, but you want to ask yourself whether the question to be answered are significant. Okay, how do you judge whether the question is significant? You want to link this with whether this has something to do with the quality of your survival. Okay, so what are the important questions for your knowledge to make you survive better, right? Better quality, right? So that is the question that everybody asks. Why I can only survive for 80 years, and why someone else can survive for more than 120 years? Okay, so that these are the important questions, and that has not yet been answered, right? So the significance of the question is very important. Okay, and the methodology and work plan needs to be feasible and unbiased. So the reviewer is going to read your methodology and working plan and to see whether they are feasible. And the experimental design is unbiased. So we talk about that later. Okay, so we have several different kinds of the design, and you want to understand that all research design to answer the question has the limitation. Okay. Also, the budget needs to be reasonable. Okay, so you want to give the budget that is convincing, and when people feel that you are over budgeting, then the reviewer is going to reject your proposal. Okay, and also I have already mentioned that the length of your proposal cannot be too long because you understand that all reviewers are experts in the area and they are very busy, right? So they cannot spend a lot of time to read your proposal. Okay. Okay, so what is the funding resource to pay? Okay, so when you write your proposal, you want to request a certain amount of the money, right? And you want to convince your reviewer that these funding are going to pay for A, B, C, D, E, okay? And you understand the most important is the time and effort of the principal investigator, because PI is the center of the proposal. The PI are responsible for the success of this proposal. And also time and effort of personnel are important. So human are the most important. And that is critically involved with whether the project is successful or not. And you are going to buy something that is spending during your proposal. The consumable is also very important. Equipment, in Taiwan, the Ministry of Science and Technology, they don't fund equipment, okay? The reason is because they feel that the equipment is the responsibility of the university. Okay, so they don't fund equipment. They only fund small equipment. So something less than $100,000 that will be funded. Okay, so $100,000 is about 3,000 US dollars. Okay, about 3,000 US dollars. If anything above that, that would be the responsibility of your university. Okay, publication cost. Sometimes when you publish the paper in open access journal, then you have the publication fee applied. So that is something you want to budget it. Okay, now let's get into the structure of the proposal. Okay, if you look at the structure of the proposal, you have to go and look at whether the funding agency has their format. Okay, because different funding agency has different format. And therefore, here I just give you the most representative one. I think the most of the funding agents has all these components. The first, of course, the abstract. You have the title, right? And you have the abstract, right? And then you have the background, right? And you have the objective, the purpose of the study and the hypothesis, okay? And you have the expected result. You have the methodology, you have the working plan, and what is the resources that you need to apply, and the reference of your background, and the budget. Most importantly, the CV of PI and co-PI. So if the PI and co-PI are not published the decent work in the past, then it's less likely to be funded. Okay, so let's talk about abstract first. Okay, the abstract is abbreviation of the entire proposal. Okay, so it's the simplified proposal. So you want to do it as short as possible. Why you want to be short? The reason is very simple, because your reviewer are expert and they are very busy, right? So you need to attract the attention of your reviewer in 3 minutes. Okay, if anything more than 3 minutes, then your proposal becoming less attractive. Okay, and in your proposal, you want to identify what is the novel question that can attract immediate attention of your reviewer and founder. Okay, and you want to write your proposal in the third-person tone. Okay, so you try to be as objective as possible. Okay, so you want to give the impression of your reviewer that you are neutral. Okay, although I have the hypothesis, but I would go with the evidence. Okay, so sometimes the result, your expected result, sometimes is not fit with your hypothesis, and you want to be respectful to your data. Okay. Okay, how to write the background? Okay, the background is the literature review that relevant to the research question you proposed. Okay, just give you one example. Okay, if the research title of your proposal is the role of information in training adaptation, right? Then you don't need to talk about training because everybody already know what trainings are, right? And you want to get directly to what is the adaptation and why the information are important. And what is the reason you think this is important? So you want to cite the evidence to convince your reviewer, right? So a lot of people, they starting from what is the physical education, what is the exercise training, that is spend a lot of space in your proposal. That is going to fail. Okay, so you don't want to discuss something that is very far from the question of your research. Okay, typically the background 2 to 3 pages. Some people just 1 page. Okay, so there is no fixed rule for this. It's just you need to get general enough to attract even non-scientist attention. So if you have any technical term in your proposal, then you want to explain what is the term. Okay, you want to define the term very well. Okay, for example, if you want to say macrophage, right? So you want to understand that your reviewer may not be able to understand what is the macrophage and what is the rule of macrophage, right? So you want to define what is the macrophage, okay? And you also want to detail the previous published work, okay? So what is the foundation allowing you to propose the research question? Okay, the purpose of the proposal is to answer the novel question, right? The novel question, the question that has not yet been answered before. Okay, so you need to detail that what has already already been answered and what has not yet been answered. So you need to have the identification of the novelty of the proposal and what will be added. What we already know this, and because of my work, then the knowledge can be advanced, and this knowledge are very important. Okay, so in your proposal, in your background of the proposal, you are detailed the previous published work. What is the existing knowledge? And then you want to identify what has not yet been known. Okay. And if you have a preliminary unpublished result, then you can present this result, and therefore you can convince your the grant reviewer that I already explored the question before, and this is what I have found, but this is not sufficient, so I want to do more. Okay, and you want to conclude the background by giving a short knowledge gap paragraph. Okay, because sometimes the reviewer is not as professional as you, right? So sometimes when the reviewer, after finish the first and second paragraph, and they feel that the question you study is already known, and which is not, right? So you want to give additional paragraph to abbreviate what is the knowledge gap. And this question has not been explored before. Okay. And the founder would like to pay only what you are going to advance, right? So the knowledge gap. So what has been studied before and what has not yet been studied, that needs to be very clear in your background. Okay, you also want to identify what is the significance in the background, because the question can be important, okay, and the question can be not much importance of your life, right? Okay, so you need to be very specific and no general statement, okay? And you want to put it in founder's view, not in your own view, because you feel that the proposal is important, right? But the founder might not feel that the proposal is important. Okay, let me just give you a very important, get you an important idea. Okay, you know, in the early 1910, right? In the last 100 years ago, there's a group of Jewish scientists. They study what is the structure of the atomic nucleus, right? Something you are not visible, right? So why this is important? Why atomic nucleus are important for your life, right? If I ask the question, what is the structure of the nucleus in an atom, right? And you are the founder, will you give the money? The question is obviously not, right? Because you don't understand why this is important, right? And therefore you need to tell the your founder that, okay, the structure of the nucleus is important because the collapse of the nucleus of unstable atoms can give you a lot of energy. And the entire world is powered by energy, and therefore this is important, right? Okay, then the founder will know, okay, this is the question that has not yet been answered. And this has something to do with giving out the energy, and therefore I'm going to fund this project, right? Okay, then let's get into methodology. Okay, you need to have the clear methodology, and you also want to give the background of your PI and co-PI, because if the PI and co-PI has never adopted methodology to publish any convincing work, then even you have beautiful methodology, it's not going to be funded, right? So the CV of the PI is very important. Okay, so no clear methodology and working plan, the proposal will be failed. Okay, so and also you want to know whether the methodology can answer the key question of your proposal. Okay, so the purpose we are doing research is because we are exploring the answer of key question that matters for your life quality, right? So you want to know whether the methodology can really answer the question. And this is something that most of the researchers fail. Okay, so this is methodology are critically important for the success of your proposal. Okay, so in your methodology, sometimes you can give the brief description of well-known assessment tool. Okay, for example, if you want to study the bone density, then you need to know what is the gold standard to investigate the bone density, right? So you have a many tool. For example, if you say DEXA, then your reviewer, they will agree. But if you use the BIA, the bioimpedance, to measure your bone mineral density, then you get criticism by your reviewer. The reviewer is going to say this, no, this tool is not the gold standard to evaluate your bone density. Okay, and another example that is important in exercise science, for example, if you want to know whether the exercise can burn fat, right? So what is the standard measurement to measure the amount of fat burn? Okay, the answer is very simple. Gas analysis. The gas analysis allow you to measure how much oxygen is consumed and how much carbon dioxide has been produced, and therefore you can calculate your fat burning. And can you measure fatty acid in blood as the indicator of fat burning? A lot of people making the mistake. The answer is no. If you just measure the fatty acid in your blood, then this is not the measurement of the fat burn, because the fatty acid is there and has not been used yet. Okay, and the fatty acid can be consumed for other purpose. For example, synthesis of triglyceride. So it's not only going to the oxidation. So when you evaluate the proposal, the methodology of the proposal, you want to know what is the gold standard measurement of your outcome measurement. Okay. Another thing is the working plan. You want to convince your reviewer that this can be finished in 1 year or 2 years. Okay, if the project needs to be finished by 3 years, and you tell your reviewer that I can finish in 6 months, then, well, the reviewer is going to judge whether this is feasible, right? Another thing is you have all sort of the study. For example, you have a correlational study, right? The correlational study sometimes is cross-sectional study, sometimes longitudinal study. Okay, can cross-sectional study and longitudinal study give you the causal effect? The answer is not. Okay, so let's just give you one example. Okay, if I get 100 people together, and those 100 people, I'm going to measure their physical activity level, and I'm going to measure their obesity level, their BMI. So I get the data, and then I get correlation. I see the high physical activity people tend to have lower BMI, right? So this is correlation, right? And can you use this data to say that, okay, I get this correlation, and therefore I am going to convince you that exercise has the effect to reduce your body fat. Okay, can you use this evidence? The answer is this correlational data is not convincing, right? Because obese people tend to be inactive, right? If I have a heavier body weight, I'm not going to move, right? Because it's more, I'm going to be more difficult to move. And therefore you have the reverse causation, right? So in this case, all correlational data is not going to give you the causal effect. And in this kind of the project are less likely to get funded. Okay, so you don't want to propose the study that is correlational. Okay, that is mostly the single time point study. So you get a bunch of the people together and you measure everything and you run correlation of all variables during that measurement. That is not going to be funded. At least in Taiwan, it's very difficult to be funded. Okay, another example. Okay, you want to know, you want to get the people that has different training season. If you measure the lactate, you measure glucose, you measure whatever you want, and then you go through different training period, right? And can you conclude that a certain variable correlate with the training season? The answer is this is quite dangerous because different training season are also varied by their ambient temperature. If you have good day, good weather, you have bad weather, and you have different UV, different humidity, all that kind of things is going to affect your observation, right? So not only the training. So you cannot clearly answer the question. You cannot preclude a lot of things that you cannot control over with, right? So even longitudinal observation is not going to answer the question of your study. Okay, so most of the variable study that will be found is intervention study. Okay, so when you do intervention study, then you have several ways to do it. You have what we call the parallel design. So what is the parallel design? Okay, let's give you one example. If you want to know whether protein are beneficial for your training adaptation, right? So you're assuming you have the way to measure training adaptation, right? And you want to have the person who can consume protein, and you have another person consuming something else that has the same calorie, right? isocaloric study. Then you want to run the study at the same time, and then 2 weeks later or 2 months later, you are going to see the outcome. And then you can see that the placebo group has some difference, and the protein group has more difference. And therefore, you can conclude that the difference between the placebo and the protein group are related with because of your intervention. Okay, and you need to randomize, otherwise you cannot answer the question. Because, for example, some people, they tend to favor protein diet, and some people, they tend to favor carbohydrate diet. So if you are not randomized, those people, okay, I want to join the protein group. And some other people, they like to join the carbohydrate group. Okay, so for example, I'm vegetarian. I don't like to join the protein group. Okay, and you understand the vegetarian group, they have a better health, right? So by the end of the study, you see the difference between the group, and you cannot really tell whether the outcome is because of the nature of the subject or because of the intervention. The only way to solve the problem is you need to randomize. Okay, so I don't care what do you favors, but you need to stick with my randomization. Okay, so you are number one, subject 1, subject 2, subject 3, subject 4. Okay, so I'm going to randomize, and then I give you the diet placebo, and I give you the diet that is protein, and you cannot tell which one is protein, which one is placebo. Then at the end of the study, you get the effect. Then you can say that, okay, this intervention is going to change the adaptation. Okay, so I'm encouraging the intervention study. Okay, so if you want to know how do you propose an intervention study, you can go to the website. You can Google the CONSOLT 2010, CONSORT, CONSOLT 2010. Okay, then you can find the guideline of the intervention study. The best way to do the intervention study is the crossover trial. Okay, so you understand that even you randomize to a 2 group of the people, can you guarantee those 2 group of the people, they are genetically similar? The answer is no, because there's always the chance that after your randomization, A group and B group has certain inherent difference, right? So if you want to do the randomization, you need to give a high number of the subject, more than 20, more than 30, right? But if you want to do the crossover study, you don't need that much. You need only probably 10 to 20 subjects, and then you randomize. You are comparing to yourself, okay? But when you do crossover study, you want to make sure that you also have the counterbalance. Okay, so what is the counterbalance mean? Counterbalance means when you give the intervention, you want to make sure half of the subject receiving placebo and another half of the subject are receiving the intervention. Okay, why this is important? Because time is also another factor that might influence your outcome. So if you don't counterbalance, you cannot tell whether the difference you observe is because of your intervention or because you test the subject at different date. Okay. Okay. You have the sales assessment of the bias. Okay, so all experimental design is going to have the bias, right? So I have already said that cross-sectional study, longitudinal study, those non-randomized study, they have higher bias compared with the intervention study. Okay, and when you have the parallel design in the intervention study, it's going to have the higher bias compared with the cross-sectional counterbalance study. Okay, so you want to have the assessment of the bias. Another thing is the timeline. Okay, you need to have the Gantt chart, right? You know the Gantt chart, right? So, so this will give you, the reviewer will know that when you finish what. Okay, and sometimes you need to have the contingency plan if the result does not fall into the hypothesis. Okay, so this is always happen. When you propose something, if the result always fit well with your hypothesis, and then people will start to question you. Are you making the result, or this is true? Okay, so sometimes you need to have the contingency plan if the result does not fall into the hypothesis. This is always happen. Okay, and sometimes if the result doesn't fall into the hypothesis, the data may be accepted, may have the better chance to be accepted, because this is surprising result. And the surprising result sometimes give you higher impact compared with the result that has been expected. Okay, the research resource is quite important. So that has something to do with your institution. So if your lab or your institution has the equipment, so you can do it. The key personnel, the experienced expert is also important. The reference, the only thing you need to pay attention is the reference needs to be directly relevant to your study. And also the format needs to be consistent. The people said, okay, the consistency of the reference is not important as long as you can find the paper. But sometimes this is not true. Okay, the reason is because if you have the reference that is not uniform, then you give the people of the impression that this person are sloppy, right? They don't pay attention to detail, right? So when you found the people that don't pay attention on the detail, the answer is clear, right? You want to pay people that is convincing and pay a lot of attention on detail, right? So you want to pay attention on your reference as well. The budget, salary, benefit, the PI needs to get the reasonable reward, postdoc, staff, student, the supply, equipment, service, travel also takes the money. Overhead is something paid to your university. Okay. International collaboration is sometimes it's quite important because there are many countries. Go to your government, then you can see there is the collaboration, call for collaboration between Indonesian government and Taiwan government. Sometimes the government, in order to make the better friendship, they will give some money, and mostly the embassy, you know. So if you have the good friend in the embassy, then you can ask them whether there is a call for proposal, and sometimes the ambassador make the call, then you get the fund, right? And those key person is going to clear those bureaucracy. Okay, so the invited proposal is the most important one you want to pursue the first. Okay, and you want to get the key person. Who is the key person, and what is the specific question you want to be answered? And okay, so the public call for proposal is more competitive. So we are competing for this kind of proposal every year. And reviewers are looking for the excuse to reject your proposal. Okay, sometimes reviewers are expert, but you know experts are skeptical and picky. So you understand the nature of the researcher. Okay, so you want to be very competitive, very convincing, and you need to have a good CV. Okay, so now I'm going to get into the second part. Okay, when you have the result from your research, then you want to spread the knowledge to the audience. So in order to do that, you need to prepare an original article for a peer-reviewed journal. You publish something to non-peer-reviewed journal, then people is not convinced by the paper. So you need to submit your journal, your paper to a journal that has a very good reputation in peer review. Okay. So what is the criteria for publication? So there are many criteria, and different journal has different criteria, but they are more or less similar. Okay, so I'm getting the example from Nature. Okay, so the criteria is the article that report original scientific research. Okay, and the main conclusion must not have been published or submitted to elsewhere. Okay, so the first things that people would decide whether they would continue to review your paper is whether you have the new finding. You answer the question that previous the people has not yet been answered the question before. You cannot find the answer in the internet. You cannot find the answer in the PubMed, for example, or the journal, any journal. So when I review paper, I'm going to go into the internet and see whether there is a question, whether this question has been answered. If this is answered, then I'm going to reject the paper. Okay. Second thing is the outstanding scientific importance. Okay, let's say you have the original finding. You have the answer for the question that has not been answered before. The next question for the journal is whether the novel answer are important for your quality of life. Okay, or the question are everybody are curious about the question. Okay. Okay, and also you want to ask whether the conclusion of interest to a readership of the journal. Okay, so when you read the journal, then you are expert. Okay, for example, you have Journal of Sports Science. The Journal of Sports Science interest readership for the people who are studying, who are curious about sports science. Then you want to ask the question whether the conclusion you have are new and that will surprise your reader. Okay, so if the conclusion is not surprising, it's already expected, everybody can expect the result, then the conclusion is not attractive, then the paper will less likely to be accepted. Okay, so I'm giving you what kind of the manuscript would deem low priority. Okay, so you want to know that the final decision of a manuscript is mostly by associated editor. Okay, for an associate editor, probably handle 10 to 20 manuscripts per week. For editor-in-chief, probably handle more than 100 manuscripts per week. And therefore, the editor-in-chief would go with the decision by the associate editor. Okay, and this is the guideline for the associate editor for the International Journal of Obesity. So this journal concerned with obesity, right? Okay, let's look at the first. Cross-sectional study will be rejected because what is cross-sectional study? The simple prevalence study involving a single country at a single time point, right? So you get, let's say, 1,000 people and you just do a test, you measure everything and run the correlation. These are the studies that will be rejected by the International Journal of Obesity. This is very easy to do, right? This study is very easy to do. And obviously, this is not the intervention study. Okay, so the journal liked intervention study instead of observational study. Okay, and low originality is also another thing. The study that merely confirmed established fact from previous publication, and they contain, for example, it is hard to justify the publication space for studies that report obesity is associated with the known factors, right? So I already have the knowledge, and you are giving me the something that I already know, right? So this kind of the paper will not be accepted. Okay, also the relevance. Okay, so if you have the topic that is not, for example, if I am the editor for the obesity journal, and you are giving the data that has no assessment on the obesity, then you also give the glucose. We know the glucose is associated with obesity, but you don't have the obesity data, then I will not accept this kind of study, right? It's quite obvious. Another thing is the genetic diversity, okay? You understand that everybody are different, right? So if you measure everybody, you can always find a difference, their gene, right? And you can study these kind of things forever, right? For the difference between you and me, for example, you can live for 120 years. I can live for 110 years. And then I want to say this, the difference is because we have certain genetic difference. Well, you can do this forever, right? Because everybody are different, right? So is this the interest of the journal? Sometimes this is not the interest of the journal because you can study this forever. Okay, another thing, non-RCT. If this is not randomized control trial, for example, this is retrospective study or prospective study, unless the number is huge, you have hundreds of thousands of people and you get high correlation of something that has not yet been published before. It's very difficult to get published. High impact journal. Okay. This. Just a second. Okay, Fia, you know how do I move this? The screen is blocking my screen.
The screen is okay.
The screen is okay?
Yeah.
Blocking me.
In here, I can see about step 1, making graphs and table of your data.
Yeah, but it's blocking my vision. So
Oh,
I need to.
Oh. Maybe stop share and share again, Prof.
No.
No. Okay, that's okay. That's fine. Don't worry about that.
Now is step 3, Prof. Maybe we need to get back to step 1.
在哪里？你是直接开简报？
对，
这是，哎，这不是 Google Meet，是不是？
对，不是。所以这个，OK。Pause recording。
老师，那你先停止那个分享，然后再分享。
啊，没关系，算了。
因为你现在分享是就是这个荧幕，大家看到那个画面，你可以直接转到 PPT 的那个画面去。
哦 ，OK，PPT 的画面，好 ，OK，谢谢。OK，OK, so here making graph. Okay, this is blocking me.
Still block?
Yeah, still block.
Maybe you can try to stop share and then try again to sharing.
Oh, try again the sharing. Okay.
Yeah, stop
sharing. And then.
老师，你的 PPT 是在哪里
Okay, then I can do this again.
And say Bismillah.
But still blocking here. Okay, never mind. Okay. Don't worry. Okay. Step 1.
Yes.
Okay, when you have the data, the first thing you want to do is making graph. Okay, because the reason you want to do that is because you want to simplify your data and make yourself clear about your finding. Okay, so if you just get a whole bunch of the number, then you would take a lot of time to see the difference, and your reader is going to see a lot of. It's very difficult to get, you know, what's going on, right? So the first step when you have the data, you want to make the graph. I will not write the manuscript without graph. Okay, so when I supervise my student, the first things I want to do, if you don't have the graph, I will never start to write your manuscript. Okay, so make sure the graph is well made. Okay, and you want to separate file for each graph. Okay, so that means each graph, for one graph is one file. Okay, so you want to label the graph as figure 1, figure 2, figure 3. So let's say you have 6 figures, then you want to have the 6 file, okay, including tables. Okay, and you don't want to put the legend on the graph. Okay, you want to put the legend at the end of the manuscript. Okay, a lot of people put the legend on your graph. That is going to occupy the space of the graph. So you don't want to do that. Okay, so you want to have the figure and table legend at the end of the manuscript instead of put on each graph. Okay, and then you are going to do
Still block?
Yes, good. This is okay. Thank you. I have a smart student. Okay, the second one is you want when you get the result, right, and it doesn't fit well with your hypothesis. That always happens in my lab. Okay, because I'm not smart enough. So we have the limited knowledge, right? Everybody has limited knowledge. So sometimes you use the limited knowledge and you hypothesize, but the things will not goes to your hypothesis, right? So you want to reformulating your question based on the originality. So when you look at all graph, then you need to think about, so what is your new research question? And then you can reformulating the question, okay? And why this is important? Because sometimes the research finding can attract more readership, okay? So maybe your hypothesis doesn't not attractive enough, and your new finding are very surprising to everybody, then it's more attractive. Then you want to reformulate your question based on the originality. Okay, so keep in mind that your finding will answer the important question that people care about and people think. For just give you one example, you know, when you have the injury, you give the ice on the tissues, the damaged tissues, right? That is the practice that has been used for more than 100 years, right? And because the people think that the injured tissues has the inflammation and it's very hot, so I'm going to cool down the tissues, right? So we have done the study before and asked the question, if you do weight training, your muscle got damaged, if you use the ice pack on your muscle, is that accelerate your recovery? And then we found that no, the answer is no. If you do weight training and use the ice, the recovery is going to delay. Okay, that is surprising to us and it's surprising to the world. And that end up get accepted quickly by the journal. And that paper has been cited as the top one article of the journal. Okay, you know the journal of the strength and reconditioning research, right? The top one cited journal is our paper. And the paper is giving us the knowledge that is not expected. So you don't want to treat unexpected result as the bad result. That is sometimes it's good result for your publication. Okay. And then step 3 is when you look at the graph you have made, you want to think about what is why your finding interest the readers. Okay. And sometimes you look at the graph and you go home, you go to a cafe, you're eating dinner, and you always think about why this finding are interest to the reader. Okay, if this finding is not interest to the reader, then you want to write in different way. And then you want to select different result to interest your reader. Okay, then you are going to write the result. Okay, result is very simple. It's the easy things you want to do first. You want to present your finding in a logical order. So you already have your graph, right? You have figure 1, figure 2, and figure 3. And you have table 1 and table 2, table 3. Okay, so you do not include the same data in table and figure. For example, in your table, you already have the number that A increased after intervention and B increased 20% after intervention. And you are not going to show your table the same number, okay? So you may use the figure to indicate the difference. You are not going to repeat the number from your result and your table. Okay, so when you present the data, the group difference, you always use the mean and standard deviation. If you just present means, then your reader has no idea what is the difference between group or between treatment. Sometimes you use the median confidence interval if the data is not normally distributed. Okay. And you always want to present the magnitude of the change. You not just say that, okay, this increase is significant. This is not the best. Okay. You want to present the magnitude of the change. You want to present that, okay, this intervention causes 20% increase, 50% increase, 90% increase. You are not just saying that this is significantly increased. Okay, this is not going to help. Okay, just give you one example. If I give you one intervention, then your body weight increased by 1%. Is that significant? 1%? How about 0.5%? Is that significant? If you know this is 1%, then you say, okay, this intervention is doing very little to your body weight, right? So you want to know the magnitude of the change, not just saying this is significant or not, right? Sometimes you get huge number of the subject, then the 0.1% increase, you get significant, right? But it's not meaningful to most of the reader, right? So when you have the data, you always want to present the magnitude of the change. And sometimes the journal will ask you to present the effect size. Effect size is the magnitude of the change, other than the percent increase or percent decrease. Okay, and you want to present the probability of the type 1 error. Okay, so you don't want to say that, okay, if you have very small difference, but this is significant, the P is less than 0.5%, then for me, I'm not going to say this is significant difference, because the difference to me is not meaningful, even the P is less than 0.5. I will pay more attention on the effect size. Okay, the discussion. Okay, discussion is the most important things, because discussion is the space that is going to transform the scientific data into the knowledge. So this needs to be a good story. Okay, so in your discussion, I'm giving the example for MSSE. Okay, you want to emphasize the original and important feature of the study and avoid repeating all the data presented within the result session. So discussion is not the repeat of the result. It's the interpretation of the result and highlight of the important feature and the originality. So in the first paragraph of your discussion, if you are not going to present the originality, the novelty of your paper, then your manuscript is most likely to be rejected. So go back and look at the first paragraph of your discussion. Okay, you want to summarize the important finding, the original finding of your study. And then you want to explain the significance of the finding and the relationship and the relevance to the previously published observation. Sometimes when you present to your data, say this is original and this has not been published elsewhere, then you want to tell your readers that, okay, what you see in the past is not new, and I'm giving you more here. Okay, so this is something I advanced into the current knowledge. Okay, and you want to provide those conclusions that are supported by the study. So conclusion is very important because if I'm the person very busy, I'm going to jump to the conclusion of your study and to see what is the most original and important finding of the study. But the conclusion needs to be supported by the study. Okay, so conclusion and title should match. Okay, both. There are sometimes you see people in the manuscript, the conclusion and title doesn't match. Okay, and then I go back to write the discussion to the introduction. The introduction is the background that in your proposal you already have that, right? But sometimes if you switch the focus, you think the finding is more attractive to your readers, then you are going to write your background. So I put the introduction at the last one. So I will state clearly the purpose and hypothesis of the study. And you provide relevant reference. What is the existing knowledge? What is already known? And you don't want to exhaustively review the subject. A lot of people put many things, several pages into your introduction. That is not very good introduction. You want to be normally less than 2 pages. For me, I do most of the introduction less than 2 pages. If you are very good, you want to make it 1 page. Okay. Then I'm going to try to write the abstract and keyword. What is the purpose of the abstract and keywords? Okay, when I see your research paper, it's very similar to see a newspaper. So when you open the newspaper, which news you are going to see the first? You are going to screen quickly, right? And you are going to find which title that attract my attention, right? If the title has a lot of word, then you are not going to see that because it takes a long time to digest, right? So you want to have the short title. And when you see the short title, this interests me, then I'm going to see the detail, right? And detail is the abstract. The abstract is the abbreviation of the entire study. So for the MSSE, it's limit of 275 words. But for most of, you want to do it as short as possible. 275 is too much, too many words. Okay, so you want to do, if you can do it, you can want to do it less than 200 words. Don't want to have the long abstract. Okay, and then you state the purpose, the method, result, and conclusion. Okay, and you don't want to cite reference. Okay, in abstract, no one cite the reference. Very rare case you cite reference. Okay, unless the reference has the huge mistake and it's a very influential paper, then you cite the reference. Otherwise, and you are veto those knowledge, then you can cite that. But most of the abstract does not cite reference. Keyword about 4 to 6, okay? And you never repeat the keyword to your title because the keyword is facilitating the search. Okay, when I search what I'm interested, I'm going to use the keyword to make the search. So you don't want to repeat with, okay, the checklist for guide reviewers. Okay, so when I am the reviewer and I'm reviewing your papers, and this is what journals want me to do. Okay, the journal is going to ask you the several questions. First, is the quality of the figure and table satisfactory? So when you keep in mind, I just say that you want to write your figure first before you write your manuscript, right? And the figure's quality are enormous importance. Okay, the figure and table needs to be at as high quality as possible. You want to do it high quality. What do you mean quality? Quality means it looks nice and it get very easy to be understood, right? If your figure is very complex and it's not very easy to be understood, then you want to remake it. Okay, so that is the quality. Okay, does the reference list cover the relevant literature adequately and in unbiased manner? The reference is also important. You don't want to do a lot of reference. Sometimes the journal asks you to reduce the reference to less than 30. Okay, because the space are limited. Okay, and you also be asked the question: is the statistical method valid and correctly applied? For example, the sample size and choose of the test. And are the methods sufficiently documented to allow replicate study? So the methodology is very important. You want to make sure that your reader can replicate the study. So it needs to be detailed enough. Okay. And the rigorous quality of the writing, if you have a 1 or 2 word of that misspelled, then that means the quality of your manuscript is subject to reject decision. So you never want to have the mistakes. The interest to the general audience is also important to be asked. Okay, I finished my presentation. So if you have any question, now is the time to share.
Okay, Ms. Raya. So, okay, so if any question for our participant, you can raise your hand, and also you can write in the chat box.
Okay, sorry, my laptop was error.
That's good.
Thank you, Prof. Kuo. It was very interesting. I have several questions which is directed directly to me. And the first one is about your first, I think your very beginning slide about successful research proposal. It's mentioned that cite literatures must be relevant. It's sometimes difficult, Prof. Kuo, to know whether our literature is the most relevant one in the field or not. For example, if I cite from a journal, but then later on I found out that that was not the main theory. So could you give us tips on how to cite the most relevant literatures? Like how can we know that our literatures is the most common one being used in the world, like the main theory, instead of we use a secondary, third theory?
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, I can give you the example by. Okay, just give you one example. For me, I study the effect of exercise on senescent cell. Okay, a senescent cell means the cell that is aging, right? The cell is aging. Then I'm going to give the reader that how do I assess the senescent cell. Okay, so I need to have the marker, right? I need to have the molecular marker. And then I'm going to cite the reference that tell the people that this marker are representative to the aging state of a cell. Okay, so when you write your introduction, you also have the statement, right? The statement can be in the form of question and answer, right? So when you write a statement, then you transform that into a question in your mind. Then you ask yourself the question: what kind of the evidence is required? to support this statement, right? Then you have the idea. Then you start to go to the internet to search, using the marker to search, and you get a whole bunch of the paper, and then you can cite the most direct one to put into the reference. Okay.
Prof. Kuo, is it necessary to look at how many citations were used from the article before we decide to use the reference as our main reference?
Not necessarily.
So the highest citation doesn't mean that it has the highest quality.
No.
Okay. Thank you. That's really clear and answer my questions. And the next questions, I would like to give the screen to Mr. M. Akbar Hussein, the one who raised hand. Mr. Akbar Hussein, you can unmute your microphone and ask the questions, please.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, Akbar. How are you?
Akbar. Fine, thank you.
Good.
I want to question. I want to introduce myself. My name is Akbar Hussein from Universitas Nusantara PGRI Kediri. I want to question, abstract and research title are the most important in publication in journal Scopus. How abstract writing is applied in publication in the journal Scopus?
Scopus.
Yes.
How?
Okay, can I repeat again?
Yes, please.
How abstract writing is applied in a publication in the journal Scopus? Sorry,
okay.
My language is.
Okay.
This
is very broad.
Strategy to write abstract, I think. To more interesting, I think.
Yeah, Scopus
Yes,
covering
yes.
a lot of
Sorry.
journals, so many journals, and it's not very easy to answer the question that how do you write an abstract? But I can give you the uniform of the abstract. In most of the journal, they have the background, maybe one sentence, and you have the purpose, maybe one sentence, and it's connecting to your background, okay? And you have methodology, method, and material. And you also have the result, and you have the conclusion, right? So these are the way to write an abstract. But mostly for the result, you have probably 3 or 4 sentences. And for conclusion, it's probably only 1 or 2, right? And for background, maybe 1. And for purpose, maybe just 1. And you have to pay attention on the format of the journal. There's a journal guideline for every Scopus journal. And you can see sometimes the journal, especially for the high impact journal, they requires the word count less than 200. Sometimes you see 150. Okay. So they want their paper to be spread and nothing unimportant on the abstract.
Hello.
Hey, you,
Okay.
You got it?
Hello, Mr. Akbar. Is that answer your questions? Hello, Mr. Akbar. Is that answer your questions? You still unmute?
Yeah, but it's okay. Maybe
Oh, it's okay.
Okay. Okay. Sorry. Okay, I hear. Thank you.
You are very welcome. So I hope that's answer your questions, that an abstract as Prof. Ko have said, it's need to mention the novel questions that attract immediate attention. I think for all journal, no matter it is Scopus or not, the template and the organization of the abstract is have this platform.
Yes.
So,
All
okay.
right, I can see that there is another one who raised hand. I think today is Gentleman Day. I couldn't see any woman raising hand, but Prof. Ko is so
Mr.
handsome. Why
Mr.
nobody
Rizky.
raise hand?
Actually have Mr. Rizky Mulyawan.
Yeah, we have Mr. Rizky. We don't have Mrs. here.
Yeah, Mrs. Raya have.
Hi,
Oh, yes.
Rizky.
Rizky.
Rizky, please.
Hello, Prof. Happy to see
So
you
you are
again.
in Jogja, right?
Yeah, I work in Jogja now, so I represent Jogja now.
Oh.
Good.
Thank you, Mr. Rizky.
So Mr. Rizky is know Mr. Ko, know Prof. Ko well.
Yeah, we met in Japan, so
Nice.
thank you for the chance. I have two questions, Prof. Ko. The first is about novelty, and then the second one is about research gap. One question from novelty is when I see your PowerPoint, you even didn't tell about research and development. So on the other hand, in Indonesia, a lot of academics talk about research and development. Can I have a perspective from you about research and development? And is it proper to publish in international journal or not? That's my first question. My second question is about research gap. When we talk about research gap, it's hardly to think about. We need to compare one study and another study and what is the gap inside. So my question is how to find the research gap more simplified than what we have to normally, because maybe we just like arrange one and more study, and then we must see one by one, and then after that we need to see the gap. Maybe you have the simplest way to find about research gap. That's my two questions, Prof. Ko. Thank you. Happy to see you.
Yes, me too. Okay, you talk about the research gap. Okay, that is going to, let me start with the novelty first. Okay, Rizky, what is your most interested question in your mind that has not yet been answered by your education in sports science? Let me just give you one example to be easiest. Okay, if I ask you that whether drinking beer can accelerate your recovery from an exercise, is that a new question?
I think yes, that's my new question, because the previous study I was concerned about milk, as you know when we talk.
No, I'm talking about beer.
Until now, I never seen the study about beer, I think.
Yes, so in our mind and your mind, we have no idea whether the alcohol accelerate your recovery or even has the negative effect, right? So you want to identify whether the question is novel. Then what do you want to do? Very easy. You go to the PubMed, okay? You go to PubMed right here.
Okay. I do it now.
Okay, then you have PubMed right here.
Not yet share. Maybe you can share screen.
Yes, sure. Yeah, Let me share the screen. Okay, you go to PubMed and the question is exercise recovery and beer, right? And you have 26 results, right? So it looks like it has been studied because there's a systemic review of beer and exercise, right? So you can see that despite beer popularity, no review explores the effect on exercise performance, recovery, and adaptation, right? If you look at this is only 26 results, right? Then obviously this question has been studied, but how deep is this being studied? Not very deep, because there's only 26 studies available. And therefore you want to explore all the 26 papers, right? You screen all these 26 papers, and then you can minimize and you start to see, okay, resistant exercise has not been studied, or aerobic exercise has not been studied, right? So if you have this, then you can look at this. Okay. So to assess exercise recovery, you need to assess the performance, right? Then you want to see, okay, these are the current knowledge that has been studied, right? And then you start to ask the question, okay, what else? What kind of the answer that has not yet been delivered? And therefore you can design a study to fill the gap of this question. Is that clear?
Yes, Prof. Thank you.
Of course. Can I have a follow-up question from this key question?
Yeah.
Sure.
Okay. So, Prof. Kuo, if, for example, we have seen all those studies, and then we want to implement the study to different groups of people. For example, maybe different age of groups, or for example, the study used to be on male, but we want to try it in female. Will that be a novelty as well, or not?
That is very smart question. That is the follow-up question. Okay, so let's say beers is going to influence your performance, right? And then you ask another question: what kind of performance is most likely influenced by beer? Aerobic capacity, or endurance, or strength, and all that kind of things can be studied. And whether male and female, which one are more susceptible to the beer, right? So that is something that you can look at. And whether elderly and young athlete has different response. So you have a lot of questions to get answer, right? So that is one way to do it. You are very smart, Raya.
Thank you, Prof. Okay. Is there any other question? I have 100 questions in my mind, but I don't think it's wise to monopolize this webinar.
Yes, that's very good. Actually, what make the okay? What is the true sign of scientist? What is the true sign of intelligence? Is your imagination, right? So when you see something, then the first thing pop up in your mind is why this happened. Okay, so you're always thinking about question. These are the people that has the real intelligence. So you have a lot of people. You have a lot of questions in your mind. That means you are intellectually competent compared with the most of the people. Okay.
Thank you, Prof. Kuo. But since we still have like 10 minutes left, I think it's okay, right? If I ask more questions?
Yeah, maybe any else?
Sure,
Anyone
yeah,
else?
of course.
Yeah, actually in here we have so many questions, Professor Kuo. Before
Yes,
have
please.
Professor Hadian, but now you leave. Just say to you, I'm sorry, not join all. And then have Mr. Yeti from UNESA. You know that? Bayu.
Oh, Bayu. Bayu is here? Really?
Yeah.
Where? I cannot see it.
Oh, I don't know. Actually,
Okay.
in here, maybe just, and in here still have a Mr. Limpon Hoi, Professor Limpon Hoi.
Yeah, for the next speaker. But I still have some questions for Prof.
Okay,
Kuo.
okay.
Yes.
Yes.
Regarding to the methodology, you mentioned that it's good to use well-known assessment tool. But in some cases, when we have those novelty, we cannot use those well-known assessment tool because this is something new, right? So how can you like give us tips? Should we like do collected all the assessment tools that have been done in our study and then design our own assessment tools? Should we do like expert validations or how? Maybe give more explanation about the methodology that we can use when we have a novel research, brand new research. Thank you.
Yes, I think you are correct. Sometimes you develop the new tool, then you are more influential. You are giving higher impact to the scientific community. But the first thing is to validate and to convince everyone that this new technology can really measure something we want to measure. So the validation is the number one. So you can validate this with the tool that is already known and to run the correlation. So this is a good idea.
Okay, so it doesn't necessarily we use the well-known assessment tool, but we can make one as long as we test the validation and reliability of the instrument. Am I right?
Of course, yes.
Okay. Okay. Anybody else want to ask questions? It's an honor for us today to have Prof. Kuo here, to have his precious time. And Prof. Kuo, regarding to the abstract, you mentioned that never repeat the keywords that you put in the abstract in the title. So does it mean that when we already have the word in the title, don't put it as the keyword, even though we feel that that is the keyword?
That's true. You never want to overlap. And the reason is very simple, because when you publish your paper, you want to have higher impact, right? You want your paper to be very easy to be searched. And the people who are interested in your paper, they use the Google or they use the PubMed. They can very easy to find your paper. And therefore you want to give as many keywords as possible, right? And if you have the overlap between your title and your abstract, then you are wasting the space. Right?
Right. All right. And next questions. Hold on. I suddenly forgot my question. Regarding with the figures and graphic, I could assume that we use a lot of figure and graphic for quantitative research. For the one that we like quantitative research and some experimental based research. But what about if we conduct a research on qualitative, like descriptive qualitative? Will the figure be the main features that the evaluator look at when they evaluate our paper?
Qualitative research?
Yes, like
you mean the
descriptive.
qualitative idea.
Yes, qualitative
Yes.
idea.
Yes, yes. That's true. Sometimes the journal is asking you to provide we call graphical abstract. You heard of this?
Excuse me?
Graphical abstract. Graphical abstract means you provide a qualitative view about the idea, which is new, and the graphical abstract sometimes would have the word is much less than the normal abstract. Okay, so that is a good idea to promote your impact. And a lot of journals are asking asking the PI to write this. For example, you know, Cell, the journal, very famous journal, Cell, is also asking to write a graphical abstract, which is qualitative.
Prof. Ko, can you show us an example of those graphical abstract?
Yeah, sure. Okay, just a second. Stop sharing.
Jika ada pertanyaan lain bisa ditulis ya, sembari menunggu. Bu Yeti.
Saya ada pertanyaan.
Can you see this?
Yes, yes.
No, we cannot see it yet. Would you share the screen again?
Okay, let me share. Okay, this one. Yeah, this is the graphical abstract highlight.
I see.
Wow.
So this is qualitative.
So like explaining the process, I believe.
Yes, yes.
Okay. Thank you, Prof. Ko. Very clear. We have one last question. It is from Ibu Yeti Septiani in chat column. When does a rejection of a scientific paper become beneficial to the author? And have you experienced, it's kind of personal, have you experienced a rejection that worked out for your good? Thank you.
Very good question. Actually, I have a lot of experience to be rejected.
Wow.
I would say most of my paper has been rejected before. I have only one paper that is quite lucky that two paper is quite lucky that I submit. One is in the International Journal of Obesity, and I submit. Then I received the comment as the minor revision, and then get accepted. And another one is Journal of Cachexia, Sarcopenia, and Muscle. And both journals actually are high impact journal. One is the impact factor is like 5 point something, and another one is 12.3. So it's high impact journal. The good thing about when you submit to the high impact journal is that you get rejected in 3 days. They look at your title and abstract, and they see this is not going to attract our readers. They just reject. So, but most of my paper, for right now, I already published more than 180 papers. I would say most of the paper got rejected. So I at the beginning, I tried to submit to high impact journal, and then got rejected. And then I submit to the lower journal. So this is the reason that I always get rejected. And sometimes you get very good, you get very neutral comment, and you will know the weakness of your study and what is the limitation, and then you can revise and submit it even to higher impact journal. So sometimes I just give you one example. I have submitted the journal in actually in Taiwan. Okay, then I get rejected, and then I revise because the review comment are very good, and then I submit it to International Journal of Obesity, which is in UK, and then I got accepted quickly. That is because I have already correct some of the limitation. So you never worry about the reject. Please don't feel bad when your paper got rejected. Okay, it's very good chance. You want to sit down and look at the comment of each reviewer, and most of the reviewer, they are quite neutral. And if you see the comment is not very fair, just ignore, no problem. Okay.
Thank you very much, Prof. Guo. I think you forgot about me.
Mrs. Yati, that is Mr. Bayu wife.
Yati is from UNISA, right?
Yeah.
It's representing Bayu, right?
Yes.
Good to see you.
Yeah, good to see you too.
Please send my greeting to Bayu.
Yes, of course. Thank you.
Okay, I think the time is
Yes,
minutes.
right.
Yeah.
So it's very interesting discussion. Prof. Guo, would you mind to stop sharing screen?
Okay. Yes.
Okay, thank you. It was very interesting discussions. It's very interesting materials, and I learned a lot, and I believe everyone here learned a lot as well from Prof. Chia-Hua Guo. It's an honor for us really to learn from you and to get some tips, strategy to write and publish research in the High Impact Factor International Journal. We hope that after this, every one of us, each of us, can follow the direction from Prof. Guo, and we will be able to submit. It's okay to be rejected, but we're gonna submit it to the higher level impact journals, and hopefully some of us got a lot of knowledge that is beneficial for our publication. Thank you very much, Prof. Guo. This is our certificate of appreciation. We are always happy to have you in our event, in our webinar, and please more often come to us to guide us.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Yes.
And ladies and gentlemen, this is the end of the first session. Thank you, Prof. Chia-Hua Guo. And we would like to continue to our second sessions with our second invited speakers. We have it here with us, Associate Professor Dr. Lim Bon Hoi. Dr. Lim Bon Hoi, hello.
Wait.
I feel like I saw him online.
Yeah, good
Dr.
afternoon.
Lin. Good to see you again, Dr. Lin.
Again, Prof.
Yeah.
I will let you talk. Okay.
Okay, so Associate Professor Dr. Lim Bon Hoi is Professor Ko best friend as well. So I would like to introduce you guys to our next speakers. Associate Professor Dr. Lim Bon Hoi. He is Professor Madya in Pusat Sukan dan Sains Exercise, University of Malaya. So he is Melayu. So Prof. Lim Bon Hoi, maybe later you can mix the language. So my students who are mostly junior, they will able to catch up when you mix the language. So Prof. Lim Bon Hoi got his PhD in 2011 from University of Malaya and got his MSc from UPM, University Putra Malaysia. He was the Deputy Director's Academic, Center for Sports and Exercise Sciences, Center for Sport and Exercise Science of University of Malaya. His area of research is in performance and perception, relaxation skills, and in the area of sport psychology intervention, anxiety in sports. I read his CV and he has tremendous publication. I cannot count it. It's hundreds publications in performance and perception and sports psychology intervention. Let's welcome Professor Dr. Lim Bon Hoi. The screen is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
You are very welcome.
I think I no need to talk so much because I think Prof. Ko already covered almost everything. Professor Ko, my good friends already covers most of the things. So let me clarify because I think Prof. Ko is, I think he's doing more on high impact research and all that. If anyone go to visit his lab, because when I visit his lab, then I realized that my saliva is dripping. You know? I say, wow. I always say, wow, you know, that kind of thing. So that he is actually high end for your information. He is also, what I can say is actually the professor actually focused more on very in-depth in terms of the study and all that. And he is only focused on the what I can say is you know, Web of Science. Later I will share with you what are the differences and all that. So I will straight you know, present my presentation because I'm not going to, maybe not repeating something, maybe crossover, but a little bit different in terms of Professor Ko and all that. So hopefully everything we can you see my slide now? Can you see my slide?
Yes, yes, clear.
Thank you, thank you.
You're very welcome.
All right, I just straight away present and then hopefully it's working well because sometimes, can you see the slide moving?
Yes.
Okay, good. I always have this problem because when I present and then I always got this problem. I can see the slide moving, but the audience couldn't see the slide. All right.
Okay.
First of all, I would like to say thank you very much to the organizer, especially to our Associate Professor Dr. Titin, give me an invitation and all this for this opportunity, because also to meet my good friend Professor Ko, which is the I always say he is the masters of research in terms of you know, ISI and all that. Yeah. So because when I went over there, then I realized that this is fantastic. So today my talk is a little bit different compared to Professor Ko, but it's still, I think Professor Ko already cover most of the thing. And then this is talking about research grant and also publication in sports science. Maybe my area is not really kind of pure science, but Professor Ko is more on pure science. Because I like a lot of application part, so that it still need to have a sports science, but sometimes it's more, I can say that it's a little bit more towards social science. So it's still called this science, sports science. Eh? So maybe some of the people here, a lot of people here, I realize that quite a number of, especially let's say in Malaysia, in Indonesia, or maybe in Philippines and all this, when we conducted a research, it's not really a kind of, very pure science, because when you know that a pure science is so much of control and all that, but for us, it's more, a little bit more on social sciences. So it's more on what we still trying to follow whatever, pure science doing, so that to make sure that people can understand what our paper is all about. Okay? So let me start with something very simple one, because a lot of people talk about research and all that. Maybe so that these are the things that I'm going to talk about. Yeah, very simple things like I'm going to share with you. Maybe Professor Kok already cover most of the things. Maybe some of them, but I looking at a different angle. Maybe yeah. A lot of people until today, when I ask my students why you attend research, and then they don't even understand the word of research. So you talk about re means research means it's actually separated by means again, repeat again, but in the different angle, like Professor Kok already mentioned about that, in the different angle, at the creativity of the researcher. All right. So search means what? Search again is a searching, meaning you are looking for something. So you are doing under different angles. So it's called research. So I think to make sure that everybody understand this word first before. So that's why we call it the research. And then that research is always systematic investigation into the study and of the material or the sources in order to establish the fact and maybe to reach out the new conclusion. So these are the simple terms we talk about research. It must be a systematic. But you talk of pure science, like Professor Kok is doing, is actually really systematic. They cannot, sometimes it's not we are not pure study, but we are only sometimes in social sciences. If you are using a lot of questionnaire, then maybe the questionnaire you can validate it. It can, reliable questionnaire and all that. Again, is still people say that this is using questionnaire, but you follow the systematic investigation, follow that. Then sometimes the paper will be, because you see, Professor Kok always talk about the ISI, talk about Web of Science, or always talk about peer review. But maybe I'll go down a little bit in terms of like just now the question asked or talk about Scopus. So maybe we focus, because Scopus is more on other journals, maybe it's not the pure science, it's all management plus other things and all that. Okay? So these are the things that I'm going to talk about. So why research? A lot of people say, why should I do research? It's actually, research is a tool of building knowledge and also facilitating learning. So you take note that. So when you do research means it's actually you want to add more knowledge. And then that's why a lot of people say, then you go and present your PhD or masters and people, what is the gap of knowledge? So like just now, the previous questions people ask also, how to find a gap? Again, these are the gap of the knowledge. I mean, okay, people have been done, maybe bodybuilding in male, female, and all that. Maybe what happened to the seniors? All right, senior, nobody done that. That is the gap. So something like that. So that it is facilitating people to learn. Maybe the female, the different age, or maybe there are so many variables which actually we can talk about in the new knowledge. When people already done this area, people not yet do that area, then we are the one going to do that. So that is actually, we are facilitating the learning. So to means that understand the various issues and increase the public awareness. This is very important. Professor Kok just now already mentioned, because sometimes the readers want to get to know. Even now, there are a lot of papers and all that you even publish in the, let's say, in the tier 1 journals, or let's say just now Professor Kok also mentioned about Nature. And if some people is not the science people, or people don't even understand, so that what happened is actually maybe some make it they would like to put some words into the general people understanding. They call it as maybe I don't know how many of you heard about the kudos. kudos also always keep in touch with me. Can you bring down whatever you have been studying, bring down to the knowledge or the language used by the kudos so that they can disseminate this info to the public use. So at the end, people want to use, whatever you're doing research and then share with people, that's why the publication comes in. Yeah. And also to aid success and all that, definitely, because most of the time, later I'll share with you why is this success, because a lot of people due to research, that's why it becomes successful. Also a way to prove lie and also support the truth, definitely. And people say you taking this supplement and then you actually can enhance your muscular strength and all that. So how to prove that? You need to prove that whether it's correct or not, this supplement. So a lot of people in Malaysia, they talk about, I don't know how many, maybe Indonesia always talk about Tongkat Ali in Malaysia as well. Maybe in Indonesia, so we need to prove that whether it's true or not. Because my PhD student did that and actually nothing, nothing. So these are the things that we need to prove that whether is it true. Tongkat Ali actually can enhance the strength, improve the performance and all that. My PhD student done that and nothing, prove that is nothing, So that means the find, to gauge and also the size opportunity, so that we actually look for opportunity. So that if, let's say, we found that these things, let's say, example, Tongkat Ali is actually good for sport performance or enhanced performance, enhanced maybe muscular strength and all that, so that we use that supplement to the athlete. So that is an opportunity for us to do that. I think Prof. a lot of study have been, you got hundreds of papers and all that. Is actually that is the opportunity for people to use his paper to enhance the performance. So that is what we call that doing research all about. And a seed of love of reading, writing, analyzing, and sharing variable info. This is also another thing. It's actually when you do research, you must be a person love reading. Like if not, you don't read, then you can't get anything. And also you must be love of writing. You love to write and type and type and type. And then you also need to have a skill or the knowledge of analyzing. So how you analyze that, what are the statistics that you need to know and all that. And if you don't know the statistic software, then I think you might don't have the analyzing kind of, you got collected all the data, analyzing with the wrong statistic, because recently I have a friend that sent it to me. He said, I want to do a correlation or relation between this variable, would that the variable, but using t-test. I said, my God, this is wrong. So that kind of things, like we need to understand. You must have a knowledge of analyzing and also sharing variable information. Like when you want to share the variable information, maybe your finding. So when you talk about your finding, you must tell people the method should be, what are the problem, and then what are the objective, what is the methods and all that. So that is what we call that in the paper that we need to do. Maybe you simplify everything in the abstract. So these are the things like we talk about why research and all that is very, very important. And also nourishment or exercise of the mind, definitely, because, just, anybody, if you keep on doing research, means like your mind is actually keep on thinking, your creativity. You always ask yourself about why is it this? That's why if people use the why, what is in the, when you ask why, what, and all that, then people say, yeah, we must fly to the moon and see what is in the moon, what they have. And then now people say, what can the moon plant vegetables, or can the chemistry change, or whatever things like live long moon or something like that. So this is what the nourishment of the mind. Then you think about that, and then there will be something to go forward, look forward. Yeah. So the simple, there are three simple ways. Maybe I simplified it to make people understand better. You pose a question, means like you ask, hey, what happened to this exercise? Is it can reduce hypertension, or this exercise can reduce back pain, or whatever? You have a question. I don't know how you're going to answer that, but you don't know. Maybe you search on the internet or search on Google and all that, and then you pose the question. And after that, you talk about research is always when you pose a question, then you prepare the maybe your research proposal. Then after that, you collect the data to answer the question. So without the data, you just cannot answer the question. So this is what very important in research. So collect data is the wonderful, yeah. And also you present and answers to the question. So whatever question you present, so I make it simplified. A lot of people say, wow, research is so simple, but of course, there are more detail inside there. Because this is the big picture, okay? So the big picture is actually when you present, and answers, then you actually share with people. So people give you feedback and all that. Yeah. So this is a simple way in terms of doing it. So example of the research from the research is those days you can see that people maybe they are running the stadium is something like that those days, and now with the research people come up with the synthetic track and all that. These are the differences due to research as well. Due to maybe the feedback and then why, when people keep on asking why and what and all that. So these are the things come up. And also other example, those days you can see the starting block for 100 meters. And then now due to the research and all that, the finding then become a new, starting block in current situation. All right. So, and also other example, you can see that I think whoever, maybe the seniors, whoever in the group, this group now listening to this stuff, maybe they can understand. I think I gone through this process. my spike is something like that those days, yeah, 1980. And then now there you go. When I see my students wearing all this spike now there, I think, oh, this is different. So again, because the Nike have their Nike lab to doing research on all that. Those days was make by leathers. Now there is like kind of a different material in terms of people might be, running faster and lighter and good grip as well. So this is all from research. And other the example is like an example you can see that table tennis due to the inventions and then new research and all that people come out with this and as well. And also you can see that those days in resistance training, a lot of people those days, what they use the stone to build the dumbbell. But now there you can see dumbbell is actually so colorful, so easy to hold, and then you can buy it everywhere and all that. So everything is from the research process. Without research, I don't think so people manufacture willing to do. So most of the time is actually due to the research per se. So now the next part is actually maybe I just a little bit echoing what Professor Kwok have been talking about, basic requirements to conduct a scientific research. Because even though scopers sometimes they also require something, you must have a proper scientific research methods and all that, so that when you submit a paper, they can accept and all that. All right, first thing is that there is a clear statement of the research aim, which is define the research questions, and are always, if you want to do research, the statement is not clear about what is the objective, what is the the aim of this study and all that. I think people say, what is this? What are you trying to do? That kind of things. Always people say. So there is an information sheet of the participants as well. You must have identify who are your participants, where are you going to get them, how are you going to get them, and all the participants. You must be spelled out clearly. And we set up out clearly that the research are about, and then what it will involve the consent, is obtained in writing on the consent form prior to research beginning or something like that. All the consent is because not only consent is actually like in University Malaya, any research, all the participants, all the students or PhD or masters, they must get the ethic approval as well. So these are the things, approval from the university institution, then also get the consent from the participant, not only participant, maybe their organization. They say they attach to the example, sport association, so that you need to get approval as well. And all that, if they're underage, let's say you're doing something like maybe under 18, Malaysia is actually under 18, so that you need to get their parents' written consent as well, so that to conduct this, then need to explain to them. So the consent for the participant, from the parents, from the organization, from the university ethic committee and all that. And my student also have to gone through all these, like example, participants need to go for, ethic committee, sometimes they want the student to go and present to them what are the things they're going to do and all that. So these are the things like I think everyone need to do, yeah, in terms of that. Other than that, the methodology is appropriate to research questions. So when you have a question, so whatever methodology that you're going trying to use, like that just now Professor Kok already mentioned about that, what are the methods you're going to do and all that already mentioned, so that to answer that, to provide the question, the answer to the question that you're trying to do, So I think from my experience of doing this, because Professor Kok is more on a lab-based and study and all that, maybe in Scopus, a lot of study is actually in the field, so it's actually not in the lab, but you can use that in the lab and then publish in Scopus as well. That there's no restriction in terms of that, but go to the field, because let's say example you are dealing with the athlete, so you need to go to the athlete at the training ground or the competition ground or whatever. So these are the things that is more on site kind of things, if you need to on site. Or otherwise, you need to do something like maybe measure in the lab. Then you have to, maybe recruit them and then go to the lab or something like that. So that is method is appropriate in the to provide that kind of question and all that. But if the research aim is to identify the scale or the problem or needed, and then more quantify, quantitative. Randomize is very important as well, even though it's in the Scopus, and sometimes you just say, because I think for Scopus purpose, sometimes they don't really so kind of a stringent in terms of control, randomize participants or subject, but because most of the time, let's say you're using the athlete, then it's actually purposive sampling. So sometimes when you look at a purposive sampling, then not the randomized, so that actually you want to go up to this, Web of Science, then is kind of difficult for them. All right, and then you need to know the statistic sample survey maybe is more appropriate and all that. These are the basic requirements. So good research can often use the combination of the methodology, which is complement each other and all that. So that it's not only that there are so many other things. I think previous Professor Kok already mentioned about that. So you need to do that. So later I'll share with you a little bit in terms of like say prepare a good research proposal. But I'm looking at the maybe different angle. So example, when you see this photo, can you tell, like in your mind, it must be a lot of question. Why this Usain Bolt is actually running ahead of this other sprinter so much, so that you can identify the research on all the angles. Why he? You look at others, and then you look at this picture, then you realize that why in 100 meters, but except I think this time in Tokyo, that I think Chinese sprinter is there. If other than that, you can see that all the runners are black. Yeah, none of them maybe from Asia or some other countries, so all black. So there must be a lot of questions have been posted in this when you see this picture. So that if you can have 10,000 questions and all that, or maybe more questions, then you realize that, oh, this is the area that actually I can do a research on. All right. Not only that, but let's say, example, you look at this photo, then you realize that which is my interest area. Let's say you are in nutrition area. Maybe you want to study on a nutrition related to this runner or something like that, and then they do a comparative study or whatever. So these are the things like maybe due to the maybe their physical view, maybe their background, their physiological, biomechanical, chemistry, and so many areas actually in one photo. You can think about so many things to study. All right. So these are the things that I try to. So other basic requirement to conduct a scientific research, the research should be carried out in the unbiased, like I think Professor Kok also mentioned about that. There is no bias in terms of like you identify the maybe the participants or the subject for your research. There's no bias in terms of that. Yeah. And also, as far as a possible, researchers should be not influence the result of the research in any way. That's what is called normally when we do a research, we start up with the research. We always have a hypothesis. Hypothesis means like you predict that what is the outcome of the study. So you got a prediction. So that if you predict that there is a positive, significant influence and all that, then your actually your result is toward the positive or the significant difference after the intervention or something like that. So that is the what you call that influence. The result is anywhere. I think everybody know that, and then that's why some people say, "Are you sure or not?" Yeah. And also, from the beginning, the research should have appropriate, sufficient resources in terms of the people, the time, the transport, the money, and etc. allocated to that study. So I think, let's say, example in Malaysia, in my university, in terms of maybe resources, in terms of the equipment, the lab, our lab is still kind of limited. You cannot do more in depth in terms of that kind of study and all that. That's why if you got the resources, another thing is actually maybe the people or the expert in this area. And if they don't have that kind of people to taking care, because for your information, money is the big problem in Malaysia. I think maybe in Indonesia as well. Maybe in Taiwan, maybe they don't have money. They don't have money problem in terms of research. Maybe I just say maybe. Yeah? But for us, sometimes in social science or maybe not the pure science, when we apply for money or a research grant and all that, we always got problem with that. They only give a small chicken feed, like we say. So these are the things that we talk about. Other than that, the people conducting a research should be trained in the research and research method and all that. So let's say, example, you have a research, but you as an academician, you have your job to be teaching and maybe other meetings and all that. The question is like you need to train. Maybe you have a grant, so the grant that actually you can employ your research assistant. So your research assistant must be know well about all this, so that when he help you to conduct research and all that, so they are doing in the right track, so that we don't want misleading and all that. Right? So this is very important. Other than that, those are involved in the designing, conducting, analyzing, and supervising the research should have a full understanding of the subject area as well. So that sometimes that's why a lot of people now they recently I submitted another 2 more grant application. We also in the group, so that talking about same thing. So everybody understand what's going on, because without that, we just can't do that. That everybody with one mind means like, can work together. That is the beauty of that basic requirement. And other basic requirement, in some instance, it help the researcher to experience of working in this area as well, so that maybe sometimes you never work with this athlete. Suddenly you come into, maybe you are from other area, then come into working with the athlete, so that this is maybe something new for you, for them to work with the athlete. Yeah? However, this can be also the negative factors, as sometimes research benefit from the fresh eye and ear and then outsider, which maybe lead to the less bias and all that. So that's why nowadays I think a lot of especially in Scopus publication, they want something like multi authors or multi countries, so that everybody can put a piece of suggestions or ideas and how to make this research better or something like that. So that is the quite number of articles or journals. They are talking about multiple. It's not talking about single authors and all that. Sometimes you just send with a single author, they just straight away they rejected, or even two authors. This is the thing I think in Scopus a lot. Yeah. So we are talking about that. And also, if applicable, the information generated from the research will be informed policy making process and all that, so that definitely, let's say later I'm going to talk a little bit of grant, like what Professor Kok already mentioned about that, so that what are the things that actually you can inform policy makers and all that. So what I think they should do, let's say you come up the result, and then what are the things they should do in terms of maybe they change a little bit of policy, they should implement this kind of outcome or something like that. So these are so all research should be ethical and then not harmful to anywhere of participants and all that. Yeah, I think as what I mentioned in University of Malaya, in my university is actually you have any study, you have to go through the ethical approval. So you have to get an approval. Then after that only you can start your research. Without the ethical approval, they sometimes say whatever you study is not valid, and then they don't accept that. That kind of things is very important as well. Yeah? And so now I'm going to focus on the second part, is actually talk about research proposal. I think this is presented by Professor Kok before that, but maybe I looking at a different angle. Yeah. And how you write your proposal is up to you, but it can be addressed the critical. The criteria of the proposal is very, very important. So sometimes the grant provider, the funder, the grant provider, they want you to have this criteria, follow that. Every single thing is different. Every single fund provider or grant giving a grant, they want the requirement are totally different. So that when you write a research proposal, you need to understand. Some people they just say that how many pages and all that. Some people they will say, okay, you follow exactly the form, or you just fill out the form with all the attachment and all that. Some people, they even recently we submitted one, they want even graphical presentation, graphically present, okay, what are you going to do, what are you going to do, and then graphical, because most of the time people doing assessment in terms of proposal, where they want to say yes or no to the grant, provide the grant to this study, because they got no time, because maybe the proposal is quite big. So they don't have so much time to read. So they sometimes just look at the maybe the summary of the research proposal, what are the things, and then all that. I think in Malaysia, let's say example, the proposal, the very, very important thing is the money. Yeah? The money. So whether you submitted the proposal and the proposed budget, you see, between that budget they're given or not, that is the first criteria. If not, they're straight away rejected. In Malaysia, it's quite different. Yeah, they don't even, because quite a number of people who ever doing assessment in terms of the research proposal, maybe they are not in the expert of that area. So they just look at money. So the first criteria, the most easier one to reject people's proposal is from your budget. All right. So you must know the ceiling of the budget given provided by the maybe the organization or something like that. Or make adjustment about your research proposal. That's why you need to explain to people why is it so important about doing this research. So they answer as many of the questions as possible and simplify the approval process and all that. So that when you do a proposal, then you need to answer all the question. So that let's say example, maybe the grant provider, they want you to do something to solve certain problem. I think nowadays a lot of fund providers, especially in Malaysia, they're talking about COVID-19. So that I think in Malaysia, I think we go 4 or 5 funds providers talking about COVID-19. But you, as a researcher, you have to come up something related to COVID-19. So these are the things that the judgment and also to answer, provide them. So, but you must have a strong justification about what to do and how to do, and then the budget and all that. What is the significance of this study, and then can contribute back to the nations and all that. So this is very, very important. Okay? Other than that, example of proposal, because I got this grant. Exercise Maxon Research Grant application form. They have a standard kind of application form. So the standard application form, you just, people say, fill in the blank. This is much easier for us to do. So that, at the end, they would, debate and all that, because this is also the international grant, so that I got it. And then what you're going to do is in the background, you need to write. You need to write. What is the research important? You need to tell people. Correct. Now the people, the panel judgment, they need to understand why is so important of conducting this research. And then what other study have been, been in this area, so that you can put some research. What are the previous study have been done in this area? They contribute to the enhancement of this and that, and all that. You just benefit of this, advantage of this, and all that. And then how would this research add to the knowledge of this study? Maybe you talk about, okay, how again, adding a new knowledge in the research is so important. So I think most of the fund provider or grant provider, they don't want you to do something repeated. People have been done the research, people are already well known. So why you want to do it again? So these are the things like in the area. And what do you want to find out? Actually, this is very important. That's why the objective, or the people who come out, the aim of this study is very, very important. What you want to find out. So when you write your research proposal for grant, these are the background that you need to identify, to strengthen this part, so that people read the beginning, wow, this is a good research, so we give the fund or something like that. So this is very important. So what is the main question you wish to answer and all that? Like I think Professor Ko also talking about that. Again, this is talking about question and then providing answers for that. And other than that, research proposal for the grant also, how will you do the research? You need to tell people as well. You'll be doing this research on your own or with others or that. So now a lot of, in Malaysia also, grant provider, they give you a grant. They say, okay, do you have any, core researcher from other institution? They ask, then you're thinking, is it necessary? The question is like, is it necessary? The question is like, they want to know whether they don't want you to confine into your university, so that they want to get a third party of other research from other university researchers, so they can actually work together. And also some research funder or grant provider, they even ask you which university or which researcher from outside of the Malaysia that is actually working with you together, or the expert in this area is actually working with you together. So these are the things that maybe you can write in and write into your proposal, so that you can get a grant. If not, some people will just say, and then have you provided the full details or anyone else intends to carry out or the research, including field workers and all that? So you have the full detail, means like whether if you're PI, then who is the core researcher, who are your research assistant, maybe who all these people related, and then maybe sometimes you don't have the equipment, maybe you can that the other university got the equipment or lab or something like, so that actually you can work with them together. So these are the things that is actually good for us. Okay? And who are you targeting in this research? Who are there? Because sometimes the grant provider, they are looking at, let's say, young people. You talk about youth. So your subject in the research proposal must be used. If, let's say, example, the grant provider is targeting on the athlete, so you must looking at the athlete, and also maybe the fund provider, they are targeting on the university student. So when you prepare the research proposal, is matching to their needs. So that is much easier for you to get. You're not going to do something different out of the topic or something like that. The area they don't want that. Yeah. And how many people, in the case of FAR, do you intend to interview or in a read through or something like that? So these people and all that is very important. How many? And then of course, I think for us in social sciences, or maybe sometimes you do a questionnaire, maybe you can reach out a few hundred or few thousand people. These are the things like there's one paper published in terms of COVID-19, in terms of like they can reach out 18,000. I say, my God, this is so that again, 18,000 they can do would maybe the help of the technology nowadays. The social media actually can help us because they're doing more on the questionnaire kind of basis, and now 18,000. Yeah. So, but they have a researcher about 20 of them in one paper. Oh my God, this is fantastic. So what would the research to take place and all that? So now there are a lot of research have been, let's say, cross different countries and then multi-country involved and all that. So these are the things that we talk about. And then would the participant be clearly and fully informed of the purpose of the research study and all that? Yeah, you need to send getting the agreement, and then maybe just inform them the consent, and then after that, they only maybe you send a questionnaire to them or something like that. So that, but nowadays a lot of research, let's say you're doing social sciences, more towards, because SFC, let's say example, you talk about sport psychology, sport, maybe sociology. What else you want to do? Can you tell them to go to the lab? Definitely psychology, you can use the lab, or maybe I have the equipment as well, but it's still, again, the number of people. Yeah, so that's so in your research grant, you need to put all this in the proper manner, write it nicely so that people can understand how you do this, and you need to explain that how actually you can do that, how you reach out with them, how to get their consent, how to go to the school, go to the athlete village or something like that. And then these are the things that you need to put it in proper in your writing before you submit for the grant application. So how we do the research also is very important. The participant be clear about the expectation of the researcher, so that you must tell the athlete or tell the participants, the subject in the study, what actually expectation from you or something like that. Do you have the information sheet of the consent from the participant is very important as well. As I mentioned earlier, supervisory arrangement. How do we intend your research to be supervised and monitored by whom or something like that? Who's supposed to do a supervision in terms of when you conduct this research and all that? Maybe once a while you invite maybe your superior to come have a look, and then give you a suggestion whether it's okay or not. And then who will be funding your research? This is a big question. Like Professor Kwok in the pure science, maybe they are much easier in terms of getting grant, and maybe their grant is huge money, big money. But for us, maybe in social science, you talk about a little bit lower, maybe scopus or something like that. So the fund given to the maybe a little bit small compared, not a little bit, much small, yeah, compared to pure science. So these are the things that the setback up, but it's okay because we don't use so much of equipment unless they say you want to maybe focus on a little bit more on the lab or something like that, then a little bit more in terms of fund that are required. I think that one is quite okay with that as well, yeah. And other than that, in the timetable is very, very important in terms of like you submitted the grant, you must come up with the timetable, the time frame like given to them. When will be the research start and finish, and then are there the particular stages that the research, example, the piloting, and then the main research and all that, so that you need to spell out one by one. When? They say you're applying for 2 years research and all that. So the 2 years, you really have to detail out when are you going to do this, when are you going to do that, that kind of things in the table form. Because I think grant provider, they just don't have a time. Okay, they look at the time frame, you see between the time frame they given, because sometimes the grant, they are 2 years or one cycle. In Malaysia, it's always sometimes 1 year, one cycle. Some of the grant the provider is 2 years, one cycle. Some is 5 years, one cycle, something like that. So that they need to finish the grant between the time frame by the fund provider. So it depends. So if so, what are they and all that, you need to mention that in the timetable, and then maybe just a table that spelled up, write it properly, explain it clearly, and let people understand when are you going to, at the end, where you're going to publish and everything. And then is the timetable always the question asked by the fund provider or the grant provider is always, is it realistic or not? Can you do it in this in 3 months, 2 months? Or they'll ask the kind of question, always. Is it influenced by the external constraint or the deadline or something like that? Let's say currently when research on maybe on the athlete, what are the external constraints? If you can't do, what is the optional method that you have to give them and all that? Yeah. So these are things. How will you provide regular updates and a progression report, and then to whom you will be provide? And then most of the grant provider, from my experience, also not so many grant, but I still about so that they normally they have maybe halfway through, they want you to submit one. They want you to submit one report, and then maybe at the end they want you to submit another report. That's I think some of the grant provider, if they say that the amount of the grant is small. If the grant is big, maybe some people they will go for 5 years to research. So they want you to submit yearly report, 1 year, one year off. It depends on the fund provider what they want. If they got time, then you need more. Yeah, these are the things that are very important. So what are the things that in the research methodology when you apply for grant in the sport science or something like that? What sort of data will be collecting? Example, are you intending to count number, talk, and then to people directly or mixture or something like that? So whether it's quantitative or qualitative, and then you need to identify, to tell people. This is very important. What is the main methods that they use to carry out the research? Example, whether you use the questionnaire, whether you use the face-to-face interview, or you use the focus group or a paper review or something like that. There are so many other methods. Like just now, I think Professor Ko already mentioned about so many other methods that is actually because this is what I'm presenting is more on kind of social sciences, or maybe related to scopus study and all that, so that not really into this II or web or science kind of study. Yeah. So other than that, you talk about the other methods that you can do. How you select the samples, and then you need to identify how you recruit your samples, and then how you be collecting your data, how you're going to do that and all that. Or will be paying participants, and are you you got money you pay, you no money, how are you going to pay them? That kind of thing. So these are the samples, and then other than that, the ethical issue. This is always repeating. I think in terms of Scopus, in terms of other social sciences, sometimes ethical issues is very, very important as well. Is there any potential risk of the harm of artisans or yourselves or something like that? So you're doing something, maybe you're going to study with the, a Muay Thai athlete. So, the Muay Thai athlete, who know that he can punch you or they don't want to answer. So maybe there is a risk of potentials, And then if so, what are the potential risks that do you intend to reduce them or something like that? So maybe current situation is a COVID-19. Let's say you want to do in the athlete or something like that. So, but the athlete, maybe they don't. Maybe you have to think about alternative way is actually maybe using online interview or online collecting data. Even my student now say they conducted a research with the online, and then the participants is actually showing them a video and then teach them what to do, the exercise, so that they actually monitor them. So giving them feedback. So I think that is the only way now in terms of a physical kind of training and something like that. How will we obtain the informed consent? How going to do that? Informed consent is quite simple. There's a standard form and all that. If you want, you just cannot display their, maybe their particulars into other third party or something like that. Where is the informed consent and then unable to be provided, and then will be what you're going to do and all that. I think that was simple, just to give a guideline. How your research comply to the equal opportunity and all that. So this is what the ethical issue sometimes that you talk about male, female, or genders, maybe different race or something like that. So that the proposal grant, like actually you need to spell that. You need to explain to people. And other ethical issues, how will be the participant given the opportunity to complain? If they say the student complain, or maybe the participant complain, who should they complain to about your research, if possible? And then will be the insure against professional negligence claim or something like that, so that you may be doing some study in terms of like maybe some new exercise. So when the new exercise, and then you must have the insurance cover, so that if let's say they get injured, where they're going to claim to compensate them because they are doing your research, they get injured. So how are you going to compensate that? This is very important. How we deal with the complaints and then make against the participants or something, so that we need to identify all this. As a researcher, sometimes we need to have in mind these are the things we're going to do, right? And then research proposal also, that other things like how we deal with the sensitive or the criminal matters if they arise in the course of your research or something like that. So especially those you talk about sex, you talk about drugs, you talk about those very sensitive issues. Yeah, so that how we going to do that. Let's say you want to study it in the maybe the jail or something like that, so that it's very sensitive. How are you going to deal with that? You must be clear on this ethical issue first before you start your research. And what follow-up supports will be available to participants should they require, so that what are you going to do with that? So what are the support and all that, maybe, where to complain and all that, who to and all that. And other than that, how will we deal with this? This is, I think. And other than that, in the research proposal, what will we do if the focus of your research project shift or changes substantially from the proposals? Yeah, I think quite a number of times we do do some changes and all that, but sometimes a little bit of changes, then you just inform the fund provider. The grant, give you a grant, so you have to inform them, maybe you send them. You do some minor modification in terms of research. You need to inform them as well. So let them know. All right. Even ethical committee also sometimes they need to know as well. If this goes outside the original remit, then how we notify the councils or something like that. Especially the council means like the person who actually approved your grant. Yeah, that is very important and all that. You may need a new approval sometime, just formality, that you send it to them, they'll send it a letter to approve that this new proposal or a new modification in terms of research proposal have been identified, have been accepted, so that you can carry on with the study or something like that. So that is what things have been doing. Yeah. Other than that, the data protection is very important. When we collect our data, and then they consist of a lot of demographic data, especially in the scopus or maybe the questionnaires and all that. So we'll be using recording or the video equipments and all that. Let's say you're using maybe a qualitative study, then a video recording, how you're going to do that, and then what you're going to do. You must make sure this is not misused by third party. Yeah. How we make sense to analyze and all that. So the analysis of data must be make sense, makes people understand. Let's say you want to compare, then what are the statistics can be used to do a comparison? If you want to do a correlation, what are the statistics is used for correlation? So maybe different variable, dependent, maybe independent variable, there are more than two groups and all that. So what are the things that you can use a different statistic to use? Yeah. So the how will be the data store and all that, so that I think most of the people will store maybe nowadays is actually either your laptop or maybe your office computer. So the how long your data normally is like in any cases is actually after the articles have been published, or maybe some people will just keep for life and then just keep for themselves. Maybe from the data they can interpret and then will come out another articles as well. So interpret in a different way. Yeah. So other than that, you talk about you submitting research proposal for the grant, and how if let's say your data and how going to dispose there. I think nowadays it's very easy. No more pen and pencil, so that everything is already online. And so how we ensure the confidentiality and anonymity of the data, so that you actually have to in confident level. And how we have the ultimate ownership of the data. So who is actually have this ownership of the data, whether the fund provider or you are the researcher. So sometimes it's unless the fund provider or the grant provider, they want it. If not, I think most of the time the researcher will be keeping all the data. Okay? Are you or do you need to register under the Data Protection Act? I think Malaysia not really important in terms of data protection. I mean, certain countries, yes, they need to protect their data. Okay? All right. Other than that, dissemination means like when you conduct a research, you finish, you collect data and all that, you analyze everything, then you write a conclusion, discussion, everything, then you need to disseminate whatever you're finding. Okay? So in what form will be finding a presented example, maybe in the report form, in the presentation form, in the journal form. I think most of us in academic is always talking about journal form. But nowadays, I always receive a notification from Kudos. Kudos always want to have, even though it's academic research, they want to bring it down to the general kind of people understanding, so that they tame down the knowledge or the language to be people easy understanding, so that it is different way. Because at the end, you're doing so research and then only the academician understand. I think it's still waste of time now. Maybe they want to reach out more people, understand what is your finding. Yeah. And then how will be disseminated this finding and all that? And then a lot of people will be maybe they present in the international conference, getting some feedback, and then after that they might report into the journals or report into the maybe any other things or any report. Of course, the funder, grant provider, you need to submit to them as well after we get it done. To whom will be disseminated the finding and all that? The grant provider is very important. Maybe in your university, let's say you use the equipment or maybe sometimes the subject or the association, whoever related to that participants that you link to, so that you want to let them know. All right. How will they ensure the anonymity of any publications? So that this part, I think Professor Kwok have been talking a lot. so that to make sure that you need to follow the maybe the guideline in terms of the format. There are so many other things that talked about just now already mentioned about that. And then other than that, in the research, also the dissemination, whom does the research belong, or have you thought about the intellectual property right and all that? Yeah, this is very important. This is very, because I have one research is actually on the cost rank. Then the intellectual property is actually because that one is given, the grant is actually given by the university, so that the university even funded me in terms of intellectual property. They fund it for me, so that it's actually all the things is belong to university and me as a researcher as well. So it depends on the situation. They say the university allow you, or you own it by yourself, no problem. So these kind of things. Yeah. It is a condition to approval. The research will be logged onto the council's database. Some people they put into their database and in the council, or maybe in the research, in the university councils and all that. Okay, and the council will be also in the summary to be made available to the council website. Will be willing to provide this and all that, so that whatever the things that you have, maybe the council also can share with other people as well. So this is how we dissemination in terms of the finding, and you put it into the research portal. Of course, the most important thing is your fund provider. So the grant provider, they must have informed as well. Okay? And yeah, example like research proposal I received, even though not much, but I had to go all the way to Arab side to collect. So this is all okay. And I think when we talk about that, people say, hey, where can I get a grant, a research grant? I think Professor Kok also cover a little bit in terms of the country to country. So that maybe I give a little bit of international organization. Sometimes you look into the international organization like WHO, UN, and the international organization. They do have some grant, but that one, the grant normally they need more participants. Overall maybe they are across maybe the few countries work together and all that. So but this grant is always big grant, yeah. And also the country grant, maybe your own country, let's say Indonesia, in Malaysia, we do have our country grants in a ministerial level and all that. And maybe the government sectors, let's say in Malaysia, we always have a minister, Ministry of Education, Ministry of Finance, Ministry, all the ministry, so that they do have some research finding for them as well, the grant. Yeah, so that you actually can tap on that if they say related to you. And they also in Malaysia, they say the state from the whole country ministry, and then in every small district or state, they do have this kind of grant for them as well. And then also the town council, because recently we submit another to our town council here, so there's a grant. They even put a cap of 50,000 Malaysian ringgit and all that, so that we must submit the grant accordingly. Yeah, and also institution sectors, let's say your university, maybe your faculty, they do have some grant and all that, because the example like in University of Malaya, our faculty do have some small grant. So everybody is entitled how many thousands and all that. Everybody, share equally, something like that. And so that institution factors and all that, even though not big, but it's still enough sometimes for us. Research institute, and then like in Malaysia, there are so many research institute in the country, so that in the this maybe example in the sports section in the Ministry of in Malaysia it's called Ministry of Sports and Youth, so that side, and then so many sectors and all that provide these research. They under each institute, right? And also the private sectors are these are previously I saw a photo is actually from the private sector. So the private sector is actually under international grant, so that they give you some money in terms of that. And also don't forget that sometimes some NGO And the private sector also very NGO and all that, they also provide some grant and all. So how you going to get that is actually you actually have to keep on looking for this opportunity. So the private grant is actually kind of sometimes difficult for us to get it. So what I can say is that make sure your research match the objective of the grant provider. Yeah, it's very, very important. So that in current situation like nowadays, you know, a lot of people doing study on the exercise, you know, the immune system to fight the COVID-19 or something like that. There's something that the keyword is somewhere around there. So because it's COVID-19, and then what kind of exercise, what is the frequency, what is the intensity, what any other things talk about exercise or any other things like talk about COVID-19 and talk about immune system, how we will take the immune system and all that. So that kind of things maybe some, I think some of them they go beyond that, maybe talk about hormones, what kind of hormone and all that. Yeah, so that for us is something we cannot do by ourselves. We need to work with the, maybe in Malaysia, in my university, we need to work with the maybe the medical team, so that we work together, we provide the exercise, they are the one collecting blood samples or something in terms of you know, get all these things done, all that. Yeah. All right. Other than that, choosing right statistical test for your research is so important. A lot of people conduct research, they collect all the data, but they don't know how to analyze that. So it is important the researchers understand the different level of measurement as these levels of measurement together with how research question is phrased, detect that the statistical analysis is appropriate. That means like at the first level, when you conduct the, before you even collect the data, you need to understand what are the data that you're going to do in which level, the level of measurement. I think you need to understand the level of measurement. It's a variable, so there has been one of the 4 different level of measurement. I mean, whether your data is nominal, the ordinal, the internal, interval, and also the ratio measurement level. So because whatever have the level of measurement is actually to determine what statistic we are going to use. So in terms of like interval and ratio level is a measurement are sometimes called continuous, or in SPSS you call it continuous or scale. So these two are the, we always use that. Means like in terms of manipulation, in terms of like the data. Right? And then identify whether you are using nominal. You have to identify before you start. Okay, this data is what? Nominal, ordinal, internal, interval, or ratio scale in terms of variables, and what are the variables you use. So a lot of researchers, they don't even identify. They don't even know. Yeah. And then as such, the researchers should note that among these levels of measurement, the nominal level is a simple use of classified data. And then that's why you classify means like people say, yeah, use a nominal measurement. It's not that important. So whereas the level of measurement described in interval level and also the ratio are much more exact. And then that's why I think just now Professor Kwok also mentioned about that. If possible that you use to present the data, you know, in the mean and standard deviation, so that people know, and then also that the magnitude, whether is it significant, that kind of things. So people can understand, so that use the level of measurement would at least the interval and ratio. Also, so example, like also we must assess the needs of using the parametric and also non-parametric tests and all that, so that a lot of people still do not really understand what is the parametric and non-parametric, and again, that's why make people. So the parametric test is actually the assume at the statistic distribution in the data. That means if you're collecting all the data, that means they are in a normal distribution. Then you can say that okay, I can use the parametric test. If not, then you just can't use the parametric test or statistic. Yeah. So therefore, several conditions of validity must be met, so that the result parametric is reliable. So that there's always an assumption of it is your parametric test. So you read through, then you understand, oh, assumption is like that. You must fulfill all the assumptions. For example, the student t-test for the two independent sample test is reliable only if the sample follow normal distribution and if the sample variance are homogeneous. So means like they are all equal. They are not fluctuate, different, maybe in terms of like one end is very high, the other end also very high. Then people say, no, this is not parametric test and all that. So other than that, non-parametric tests do not reply any distribution. They can just apply if the parametric condition is validity is not met. I mean, you didn't fulfill the assumptions of using the parametric, then you have to use the non-parametric. So that but most of the time, in, let's say, example, you presented certain time, people look at a non-parametric, then people say, wow, this paper is not really good, kind of things like, and because maybe the subject, the data you collected is not homogeneous. Yeah. So always a parametric test is often have a non-parametric equivalence as well, but again, people look at the parametric. So what are the advantage of parametric tests is actually look at it. The advantage of using parametric tests instead of non-parametric equivalent is that the former will have more statistical power, so that the parametric is always having more power than the non-parametric, because you can find out the magnitude of that, significant or not significant, what's the value and all that. Okay? In other words, the parametric test is more to lead to the rejections or acceptance, or maybe the hypothesis, or maybe reject the hypothesis or something like that. So that these are the things that is very useful. And most of the time, the p-value associated with the parametric test will be lower than the p-value associated with non-parametric equivalent tests run on the same data and all that. So that, again, use the parametric if possible, if your data collected is actually on the homogeneous way. Yeah. So type of parametric test is actually, you can, most of the time when we run this SPSS and all that, the 11 tests you formula whether it's homogeneous or not. Right? This is what the simplest way in terms of that. So other than that, parametric tests, they actually have this, the independent sample t-test, one way, pair sample t-test, and also the repeated ANOVA, MANOVA, and all that. So MANOVA, ANCOVA, and all that. So you can see that actually all these are parametric tests and all that we can normally use. Some journal, if you use the non-parametric, they straight away reject. Some. Yeah, so you must be careful on that. And other than that, let's say you want to conduct a research in sports science or social science, or basic tools that you actually can use for your in terms of citation or reference, like what just now Professor called. It must be standard. Yeah, it must be synchronized from the text to the references. So what are the things that you can do? You can use the Mendeley and Easy Boy and EndNote, because I'm using a lot of EndNotes, so that I think it's easy and then for me to use as well. And then also research. It depends. If you are familiar with which, just use that. So whenever the paper that is you cite with the citation, and suddenly like the rejection, they rejected your paper. So, but you want to try for another journal, but another journal, the format of reference is different. So what happened? Maybe the Vancouver, maybe the Chicago, maybe the scientific reference, maybe the APA reference and all that. But let's say your example, I'm using EndNote. What are you going to do? You just go to the top there and you just click. They change the format for you. So instead of you finish one article and rejected by that one journal, and then you want to publish another journal, but the journal with a different reference citation format, then what are you going to do? You have to retype the whole thing again. I think it's going to kill you. You just can't do that, and then you make a lot of mistakes. So the EndNote or any citation references actually can help you. It's just one click, they change everything for you. So this is the wonders in terms of using software nowadays, in terms of citation. And quite a number of, even though in Scopus, when you don't use the citation software, they don't even accept your paper. If ISI, definitely they don't accept your paper if you don't use your citation or software, reference software. Yeah. So other than that, you can see that in terms of other basic tool, statistical software, and then yeah, of course, a lot of people using SPSS, Microsoft, also variable. Let's say your science, MATLAB, and all that. As SAS, also a lot of people using that. So make sure that you well known about, you know what you're going to do with that software. Yeah, you must, maybe some people just attend the software and then courses and all that to understand, so that when you analyze it, you know where to extract the result and how to write that and then present it in your articles and all that. That is very important. And another thing is very important. Plagiarism is the another things like nowadays all the what do you call it? Maybe the journals, they just, you submit the paper, first thing they will do is they run in the plagiarism software, and how much they're going to show. So for me, I use a lot of Turnitin. Yeah, you can use others as well. So that plagiarism is actually some article they only accept maybe 9%. Some article accept 15%, some article 20%. It depends on the journal. So if the journal accept only 20%, please follow, adhere to the rules. And next question, a lot of people might ask. Next question, people, where to publish? So, of course, I think Credit or science journal, Web of Science is the priority, is always priority. If we can go on with the Web of Science or ISI journal, by all means, and then Scopus journals and all that. Of course, as I mentioned, Web of Science is always science. Remember that Scopus, they mix science and also management. So that Scopus is suitable for sports. Sometimes those are not really pure science. So other international journals, there are tons, millions, or maybe thousands, or 100,000s of international journalists. You can find it. Some are quite good, some are okay, not so bad. And of course, in your country, in my country, in Malaysia and all that, we do have a local journalists and all that, and university journal as well if you want. And then also some people, they say I don't want to publish in any all these listed published articles and all that. Maybe I prefer go into the magazine, something like whichever I can share with all these people. Yeah, some magazines are quite good. Or maybe some people who share it in the newspaper. Let's say you have a contact with the person who can report your finding. And more people.
Excuse me, Prof. Lim, maybe 5 more minutes and we continue with question and answer.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. So these are the things. So any difference between all this is actually the quality of the paper. Again, some people require, let's say, example in Web of Science is actually a lot of things that you need to follow, the rules and regulations. Eh? And other than that, what I can say application is very important one, search for the gap of knowledge, something current major problems and all that. So current problem in whole world is actually pandemic, COVID-19. And based on your interest also, your interest may be exercise and COVID-19. And then what the research equipment or the research lab your university have. So very important. Without equipment, without research lab, you just cannot conduct the research. Very important. And then human resources is very important. Research assistant, graduate. If you get the grant, then you got a graduate student. graduate research assistant to actually helping you. If not, I think you just don't have the time to do that. And then you must identify the subject for your research, I mean the participants. And then prepare the get ready for your research proposal, not the last minute, so that you want to apply for grant. It's actually the research proposal is the first thing that you need to be ready, no last minute. And your repetition in the publication and the outcome and all that. That's why sometimes people look at your CV, whether have you published the paper, how many papers and all that. So repetition is very important. So your CV should be comprehensive enough. Sometimes human relations, this is very important. Like sometimes who you know. If you know the person, grant provider, you got a good friend, maybe the chance for you to get a grant maybe is much better. So budget between the grant provider that maybe they say the cap is 50,000, so you do it in 50,000. So the comprehensive, a good research proposal is always you need to identify any single thing in terms of research to get the grant, submit the grant in the national and also the international grant. Other than that, I think in terms of publication, very important, English in writing, and also good knowledge related to the area of conducting research and sufficient knowledge in terms of statistics, choose the right statistic for your finding, and timely, good management of the research process, and then search for the suitable journal for your publication as well, and then adhere to this format of each of the journal. Let's say identify this journal, follow their journal, the format and all that. Using the plagiarism software to check your plagiarism status before submitting, very important. Use the citation software to organize your references, and then multiple authors and multiple countries are better than single. So you're single nowadays, a lot of people say not enough. So other than that, you can check actually the Scopus Index list, and other than that, you can check the Scopus Index list. Let's say you got the journal, but you are not sure whether it's Scopus or not. You just go into this website and then key in, then they can tell you yes or no, and they can even let you know the history of this Scopus journal and all that. So with that, I would like to say thank you very much, and then maybe I'm handing over to the organizer. Thank you.
You are very welcome, Prof. Lim Boon-Hoi.
Yeah. Okay.
So now it's time for question and answer session. Can everyone hear me? Hello? Hello? Okay. It's
Hello.
now time for question and answer session. Here I have two questions. First, regarding with the ownership of the data. Prof. Lim Boon-Hoi, maybe some of us here are lecturers and some of them are sponsored for PhD students. And of course, as lecturers, as a promoter, we are directing our students. Sometimes we help them to create the instrument and we involve a lot in their research. Regarding with ownership of the data, how is it? How is your experience about the ownership of the data? And if we conduct the research together, even though they are our students, for example, can we use the data and analyze it from different point of view? Will that be an issue later?
Yeah, okay. let me answer this question.
Okay.
In terms of ownership, it depends on the university guideline. All right. Like in my university, it stated that the whole research project is belong to the student. So that you have to ask your university, this research is belong to whom? All right. Is the university or the supervisor got the right to take their data and reanalyze it in different way and publish into the another journal or something like that. I would suggest people, maybe you just, let's say you are the supervisor, you talk to the students, can we reanalyze it and then publish in another way? Maybe, of course, the student is always the first author. Because, yeah, what I call it, the publication is belong to their study. It's not supervisor, is still supervisor. It's just guiding them. So I always believe that there's an agreement, so that maybe you ask the consent from the students. All right, can we do it? And then we do it together. And then all right, the student name is still the first author, and then followed by you or any other. So I think that part will be quite easy to understand. So to break all this unnecessary. Yeah. Okay.
Okay, cool. And second questions.
Yeah.
Some of us here are students who just learns how to write a proposal. Some are lecturers, so it's kind of mixed audience.
Okay.
So for those who are, because I have some of my students here, so for those who are beginners in research, what would you like to suggest them to do to start writing their research? Because you mentioned like a lot of things to do, right? So what's the first thing you can advise them to do?
All right. I would suggest the student whoever new in research, maybe they have a template. Maybe they have a template. It's much easier for them to follow. Let's say example, you just give them a template. Let's say in the column like what I just show, because that the town council, they have a template, so that the template is a title of your research and subject, duration, every single thing, so that you actually got a question, the student think and answer to the question, and then maybe the methods, maybe the participants, procedures, instrument, and analysis, and all that, so that it's actually easy for them to the template. They just trying to fill up the template, and then it become their proposal.
I see.
It's much easier. Yeah.
That's,
yeah.
Thank you. That's make me easier to guide them.
Yeah,
Not just giving them some theory, but I can provide them with the template with some question on it, and they can fill it out.
They actually can give you, provide you. They said the methods they're going to use is what kind of method are you going to use, qualitative or maybe quantitative, and then number of subject, participants, who are the participants, and we must link to them. Is there any budget, and then the budget requirement, total budget, how much of budget, and all that is actually in the template. Is much easy for us to follow. So the student just, people said, fill in the gap. That's it.
Cool.
Yeah.
Very good.
Yeah.
Next questions, Dr. Titin.
Yeah, Dr. Titin.
Hello, Professor Lim. Nice to see you again.
Yes. Yeah.
Thank you very much for joining this program, and you always support us.
I always like to. Yeah.
Okay. The question is, I think in your study is related with social, right? I saw last time it's about psychology, and in my study usually use like in here Indonesia we have a quantitative and qualitative. So in your study, like in psychology, how you present your data?
How you present your data?
Yeah, in the result and how to discuss it. Because in here I have so many problems because to review in my student, and because I'm not in social, so usually they use qualitative. So could you give me some suggestion or guideline?
Okay. Let's say because when you do sport psychology research, we always use the questionnaire, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, questionnaire. So the questionnaire is actually you don't use the yes or no question. We always use the Likert scale. So the Likert scale is always they either 0 to 5 or 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, so that when the number is accumulated, they become a parametric. So you present it in the parametric way. Means like you total up and then you can find the mean, you can find the standard deviation, you can, let's say you want to do a comparative between the male and female, so that there's two groups, so the independent sample test and all that, actually you can find whether significant or not significant. So that even though it's a sport psychology, but they have been transferred into the number. Transfer into number is into the parametric. Don't use a non-parametric measurement. So in the parametric, then it's much easier for us to see whether significant or not significant, so that we can report it. And then most of the articles they want parametric, not really non-parametric nowadays. Yeah. Even though in business study, in any management study and all that, we trying to convert everything into number. All right, and then it becomes easier for us to present into the parametric. Okay, I hope that I can answer your question. This, yeah, yeah.
Yes, and we have another questions here from Dr. Hardian.
Dr. Hadian from Undip.
From Undip, would you please ask the question directly, Dr. Hardian?
Yeah, please.
Thank you, Professor. Thank you, Dr. Raya. Good afternoon, Mr. Titin. How are you?
Good afternoon. I'm good. Thank you, Dr. Hadian. Always support us.
Yes, always, of course. Yeah. Just Dr. Raya asked me about the SIPSAM. Yes, we met at the time before, and Dr. Lim also. We have met in the previous meeting. So my question is, Professor, is last time I got questions review from a major journal in psychology. So she's quite senior and quite popular because the Kiwan journal. So she asked me to do a kind of statistical method that not so common and not so cannot be done by normal statistical software. So I think in that condition we can solve that question easily with the common software and the easier method. So what do you think? Should I follow her, or we can just argue with our method? In the time I just follow her because I wonder she reject my paper. Thank you. Sorry. Yeah. But, she accepted my paper. Yeah.
Dr. Hadian, what software you use for statistics?
Usually I use SPSS and Stata, but she asked me to use like a kind of R, but with use special packets to analyze the ordinal Cronbach alpha. It's quite complicated method. Yeah.
So you have to study another software, statistics.
Yeah, and actually it's not related directly to my paper because it's related to the tool, because she asked me whether the tool that I use is ever be tested in Indonesia before.
I see. All right. To answer Dr. Hadian, I think to answer your question is quite simple, because when we do any study, the question we do have a question, research question, or if let's say your statistic is able to provide the answer to the question correctly, what is the problem? So there is no any article statistically specifically must say you must use SAS, you must use MATLAB and all that. No. And even nowadays, even the professor in the the Professor Hawking is very well known.
Yeah.
He used only Microsoft Excel. So what is the problem? The question here is, if your objective is there any significant difference, so that you provide the SPSS a significant, you just presented with SPSS or something like that. So you already provide the answer to the question. So done. So I think the researcher normally, or the reviewer normally, don't ask or maybe the author to provide, or maybe to analyze that kind of with another software. I don't think so. That is the correct way. Yeah, yeah. I can review so many papers and all that. I don't think so. Whatever you want to use. But the question is like, did you provide the answer to the question?
Yes, sir. Yeah. Yes. Be- Before I submit, I thought that method that I use is okay, is enough to answer the question. But this problem is not for the research question, but for the tool that I use is quite reliable and valid for the article. Yeah, so that's one, Professor.
Yeah, you are right. You are right. You don't worry. You are right. I think that is common understanding.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Professor. Thank you, Dr. Raya. Thank you, Dr. Titin. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. And thank you, Dr. Hadian. And this is have a question, Mr. Raya, Miss Raya, from Dr. Agus.
Okay.
In YouTube, and he asking about the Scopus. So, is Scopus also the important number one for carry official position in Malaysia, in academic like Indonesia, Professor Lim?
Okay. To answer this question, as I mentioned just now, ISI or SCI or graduate is always number one. ISI is SCI is always number one. And number two is actually followed by Scopus in terms of their ranking lah. Because Web of Science is more, what I can say is more systematic in terms of they look into the Web of Science. It's always science lah. 1 + 1 = 2, but sometimes in social science, sometimes you cannot say 1 + 1 = 2. Because you see, when people happy, let's say I just give an example. When people happy, then people say, what is your happiness level? Can you tell us? Nobody can tell. Yeah, correct now. How happy you are? Because it's kind of very subjective. But in science, no, happy is 5 is 5. No. Happiness cannot be. You only can rate it, let's say, okay, give you how happy you are, 1 to 10 is only an assumption. Okay, so that Scopus, let's say example in Malaysia, in my university, the university management still take Scopus and ISI or graduate is equivalent, means like they consider as published one ISI paper. In terms of your promotion, in terms of your any other things like. So in University of Malaya, we are quite lucky because ISI and Scopus almost equivalent. But in other university, they are not. ISI is still there. In China, my student, 3 of them, in China, so that you can see that ISI is here. Let's say in University of Malaya, you publish one paper in, just now Prof already mentioned, Nature journal. The government give you 1 million ringgit Malaysia.
That's good.
Nature. Because that journal is ranked number 1 in the world in terms of ISI. But it must be, I think quite a number of professors in my university have been trying, just cannot get in. So it's kind of difficult. Yeah. So that, like what I say, because Scopus journal is not so tight in terms of the system, in terms of certain things, if let's say you didn't fulfill, they still can accept the paper. But ISI or Web of Science, they have to follow whatever criteria they set. Very stringent, very, very hard. So if you got one paper to accept, wow, you must be, the happiness is dropped from the sky, Yeah. So these are the things like, what I can say is ISI or SCI or graduate or Web of Science is still the same thing, and Scopus is a little bit lower compared to this. Okay.
Okay, thank you very much, Prof. Lim Boon Hoy. It was very interesting lectures and I learned a lot. I believe all of us here learned a lot from your lectures. We thank you very much for your informations and everything that you share with us. And hopefully after this, all of us will be able to publish in well-reputed journal. It's kind of a dream to publish in WASP, World of Science, but I think it's still possible to get published in Scopus.
Yeah.
We would like to share our certificate of appreciations to you. Thank you, and we are very happy to have you here. And please come more often to our classes, to our guest lectures. We are very happy to invite you and to get your support. Thank you. Because now it's almost 1 and in Indonesia, we all here have to do duhur prayers. We will have a break for 15 minutes until 1, and we will come back with the next station with Dr. Roni Lesmana at 1. Thank you, everyone. Please stay here, and we'll see you again at 1. Thank you, Prof. Lim.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof.
You're very
Lim.
welcome.
See you tomorrow. Next week, right?
Next week? What's that?
Yeah, I think we have a guest lecture about
rehab.
Yeah, about spot injury. Spot injury, I think. Yeah. I will give you the schedule later.
See, we make you busy with us.
So thank you, because it's like a keke.
Right. Thank you, Prof. Lim.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Terima kasih, Bu Raya. Terima kasih semua.
Sama-sama.
Kita istirahat ya, 15 menit ya untuk sholat. Oke. Tinggal sholat dulu. Sholat nih. Pak Mustafa, do you there? Pak Mus? Oke. Bu Yati, terima kasih. Mungkin bisa sholat dulu. Pak Mus mungkin bisa dikasihkan sambil video tentang sport science yang tadi saya kirimkan di WhatsApp video.
Oke, siap. Saya share.
Ya, sambil dilihatin breakout-nya. Bisa nggak ya? Bicara nih.
Mbak Titin, yang pembicara pertama videonya ada juga itu kan?
Ada di YouTube.
Ya? Oh iya, oke, siap.
Terima kasih Dr. Yeti.
Iya, sholat dulu kita ya.
Ya, sholat dulu ya.
Mungkin PDF-nya ada. Apakah tersedia?
Ya, saya nanti minta ke Dr. Lim sudah keluar ya. Nanti biasanya dikasih terakhir. Tadi yang Prof. Kuo akan kirim email.
Ya, terima kasih. Karena bagus sekali tadi.
Ya, terima kasih. Tadi dicariin dapat salam dari Prof. Kuo.
Oh iya.
Kemudian Dr. Ermita, Dr. Agus, dan Dr.
Tadi kemudian menguji dulu tadi. Menguji dulu terus terpaksa karena harus ngomong terpaksa kan itunya Zoom-nya gitu. Ya mohon maaf tadi. Ya salam buat Prof. Ya.
Oke. Terus buat salam katanya Pesrika.
Gimana Bu Titin?
Pesrika tuh hadir.
Iya, bagus sekali tadi saya sempat lihat separuh tapi terus karena terus nguji ya terus terpaksa keluar. Nguji 3 Bu Titin tadi, makanya repot banget. Iya.
Semangat dokter, semoga kita semua selalu sehat.
Matur nuwun, amin.
Dan jangan lupa bahagia, Dok.
Oh iya, bismillah. Iya,
urip terus 24 jam kuwi ngono kuwi apa ora?
Bali.
Apa?
Andon, ngisor ora?
Banyu ngisor tetap nyala.
Dengan ngisi ini kan orang ini. Kayak ini turip nama apa sini?
Kok ngisor ora tau mati?
Gukran ngisor.
Ono krane, tapi ora tau mati. Pak Kopur ki anu apa?
Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. Ibu Titin, can we start our next session?
Hello, good afternoon.
Yes.
Sugeng siang.
Sugeng siang.
Good.
Ini Dr. Roni-nya mana ya? Dr. Roni, are you here?
Hello, good afternoon. I'm here.
Alhamdulillah.
Okay, very good.
Saudara-saudara tua.
Okay, hold on a second.
That's good.
Sebentar, Bu. Saya share screen yang satu.
Iya. Sebentar saya tak ngisi ininya. Yang ikut lihat di YouTube minta belum ada linknya ya. Dr. Roni, are you here?
Hello, good afternoon.
Okay, very good. Oke, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Welcome to our third session of today's webinars. Today, in this third session, we have with us Associate Professor Dr. Roni Lesmana, MCAS I4 PhD. I'd like to introduce you guys with our invited speakers. He is from the Faculty of Medicine, Universitas Pajajaran, and he graduated from Gunma University, Japan, with his PhD from 2009 to 2013, with his dissertation on altered exercise intensity regulated steroid hormone receptor expression and level of TSH, T3, and T4 in rats. Wow. For his non-academic course, he is Certified International Doping Control Officer 2016 from Southeast Asia Anti-Doping Organization. His research specialization is in the role of thyroid hormone on the process of muscle growth and development and its adaptation during exercise. He has tremendous track record in his publications. Let's welcome Associate Professor Dr. Roni Lesmana. The screen is yours.
Thank you. Very good afternoon. Salam sejahtera buat kita semua. Very thankful to the committee. Thank you, Ibu Titin. Thank you, Ibu Raya. Honorable. There is friends. I think some of you have met me before. There is Dr. Hardian, very good friend from Semarang. Hello, Dr. Hardian. So I'm very happy and honored.
Halo Dok, terima kasih.
Terima kasih Dok. To have a chance to share some of the experience and then maybe story of the publication that I have been through. Definitely do not expect it all is happy story, but some of them is sad story with a cry, struggleness, hope, praying, and all the things become into one buckets. And it definitely will solidifying us as a solid researcher. So today I have been asked by Ibu Titin to share about the strategy to write a review article or publication article in a Scopus Index journal. So, honestly speaking, we need to really realize that this is only a bonus of our process as academician. This is not a target. We'll not talk about a goal. Definitely, this is important parameter for the researcher and academician in everywhere in the world. But this is part of the process that you should have been through, and you will get a bonus to publish in the very good or indexing Scopus journal. This is the Sinta ID that I has. So in case you want to see the updating publication that we have, the distribution in the Scopus Q1, 2, 3, 4. So this is have been scaling up in recent 3 years. As you see over here, when I passed the PhD, I only have 1 or 2 paper, but the process is push me forward to expand the capacity, collaborate with friends, helping each other, and now we expanding to have many more productivity in Scopus Index journal. Saying and understanding about the publication in Sports Science Journal, there is some type of the publication. There is possibly in the medical perspective, there is internal reports, okay? There is regulatory report, every 3 months, 4 months, 6 months, a year report. We had a lot of analysis and correlation study with the data in the report. Absolutely, there is also type of conference presentation like abstract, oral presentation, and poster. And also there is also journal type articles. It could be original research article, could be a review article, case report, or letter to editor. However, sometimes, which is we always miss whenever we want to start our publication and want to write. Every people talk and discuss with us and met me and talk very first sentence. I'm very confused. I don't know where to start. So the thing is, you need to get the idea and the novelty. That's the very, very first step you should understand and you should get whenever you want to start to write something. Because if you know what is the idea, you know what you want to write in the journal. If you didn't really get clear enough what you want to write, you will not be able to start writing for the journal. So whenever we said about very important to know the idea and new novelty, sometimes we think over how we can get the idea and how we will translate the idea into the interesting scientific journal publication. If you see over here, I always put this picture. I share this picture and some of the slide with my student, very first and second year scientific research club student in the Faculty of Medicine. I show this Tokyo subway route. Why I show this one? Whenever we see this picture, it's confusing for us, right? I do agree, I also confused. But whenever you see only focus to the one color, you can see the direction of the line. Where is the head, where is the tail? If you see the yellow color, you can easily point out to find where is the yellow color. If I said that, please follow the purple line, and you will see the purple line will go to which direction. That's a similar analogy whenever you want to write something for your publication journal, focus and follow the line. What is the color of your journal? And you need to find the storyline, put it as a single solid major direction. Then you will be able to write something interesting for your publication. And definitely that direction should be the right direction and follow the right route. In the scientific field, when we're talking about the idea and we're talking about the developing the novelty, the credit does not go to the man who convinced the world, but not the man who said the idea for the very first time, but it comes to the man who convinced the world about the idea. So whenever you said that example, I always use the analogy elephant could fly. Okay, people may say that you are crazy when you say that, but if you convince everyone that the elephant could fly with justification and the fact, and people will believe. if you finish the sentences, elephant could fly if the elephant riding on the aeroplane, that it will not be mistake. It will be right because you bring in the fact, the way, the method, and the justification. So people will understand, yes, in that regard or in that perspective, I agree that elephant could fly. So the idea is not coming to the person and claiming, I'm the very first person who said that. Oh no, but the credit will go to the person who convinced the world about that first idea. And how you convince the world, you need to realize that every people and every person is different one to another. Every person is specific and unique. So you cannot compare the way how I write the journal with Dr. Titin write the journal. And you cannot compare the way how Dr. Titin write the sentence in the journal with Dr. Raya and Dr. Hardian. Definitely it will be different. Or you cannot compare the way how they write the journal for their own with Dr. Siti Baitul. It will be very different. So every person, if you look at from their product, you can easily recognize who is write the journal, because there is style and the way how you present the data and how you present the analogy and correlation in explanation of this discussion in the journal. So taken together, for instance, writing is an art. When it is writing to inform and put it fact inside that writing process, we can call it closely as a science as well. So you need to realize that writing is an art. You need to learn. And every people under the corridor and circumstances of the regulation have their own how they present and writing the data. Okay, so whenever you say that, oh doctor, I get confused, should I write this ID or not? Should I write this novel experiment become an article or not? So please, let's learn about this pathway. Very easy. I also share this one with some of my students last week. So whenever you find that question to your site and you want to start to write, questioning yourself, why do I want to write a review article, or why I do want to write this ID of the article? If you answer the question by, I don't know, I confused, I'm not sure, then don't do it. It will go on. So if you said that I know the answer and the reason, and this will be very interesting, and I want to know more about this one, you have those motivation, then go to question number 2. Has the topic been reviewed by the other recently, or has the topic has been studied by others recently, and what the difference between others and you? If you find that's different, then do it. If you find there is no different and somebody has do the similar with you, then don't do it. Don't do it, because it will not go anywhere. You cannot publish anywhere. The novelty will gone. Question number 3. If you can answer, you said that, oh, this is the very first study, nobody see from that direction, nobody see from this perspective, then please do and start to collect the materials and write it and go to question number 3. The question number 3, will your review provide a significant amount of fresh information or ideas? If you say answer it yes, then do it. If you answer it not sure, and find materials literature. If you say not really, then don't do it. This is really important. Very, very important. For the very first step, you want to set the experiment article or review, you need to find the ID, and get the novelty with a different perspective, which is this is maybe very, very brand new for you and for other people and researcher in your field. Example, the idea not always coming from reading a journal by 7 hours a day. So example, this study, correlation study between gastronomic culture and content selenium toward prevalence cardiovascular diabetic in West Java, Indonesia. So this journal and the idea is become interesting when we have lunch together. from 3 different faculty. We come and have a lunch backside of university, and we ate a Sundanese lunch. Whenever we want to start eating, one of my friend come from the faculty of pharmacy teasing me and asking me like this, Ronnie, please you eat the pate and jengkol. They said that like that. I said that, no, I don't like it. Yeah, you should eat that. This is really good for your health. I said that, don't say, is this really good for my health? But put me the reasonability and the fact, which is jengkol and pate good for my health. And he said that, okay, that's very interesting. Maybe we should research about this. And then the other friend come from the faculty art and culture said to me like this, Ronnie, you know, this has become a habit in West Java that we always eat the lalapan contained with the pate and jengkol for years. And this has become culture. Okay, then let's do a research in our part and born this journal, correlation study between gastronomy culture based on the culture in West Java and content of selenium of the lalapan, especially pate and jengkol, toward the prevalence, existency, number cases of cardiovascular and diabetes disease in West Java and Indonesia. So the idea not always coming by you sitting down behind your computer and reading the PubMed 7 hours a day, but sometimes it's coming from your discussion and meeting with friends, and you get the idea. And you come back to the literature, read in the PubMed and get the journal, find the justification, pulling it up and construct your ID. Second, I also met with friends who from basic background knowledge pharmacists. So she is now become my PhD student. We published this paper. So this paper has come from our discussion in a coffee shop. So whenever she came to me, I remember she asked me like this, Dr. Ronnie, I don't know which one I want to start the research. I said that, yeah, let's discuss. What is your interest with? I always interest with the creating a new parameter for the diseases. And she said that in Indonesia, we always checking from blood. And at some point, blood marker parameters as a predictor is very expensive. And then, I don't know, do you have any idea to check how to predict the complication for diabetes, which is you are interested with other approaches? Yeah, sometimes people using with hair, but I said that if you're using hair, definitely you need some sophisticated technique. You need to genotyping, or you need to gene expression from the hair, check the DNA. But do you think it's possible to check from urine? And then it's come narrowing down to several definition of inclusion criteria for a patient, and check the possibility marker release in urine, the protein specific release in urine to predict it, the diabetic nephropathy from type 2 diabetes patient. So this is the second ID coming and become a journal. So the ID and novelty is very, very important. So it's not always limit yourself by the box, stay behind the computer and reading only the PubMed. Reading the PubMed compulsory is important, but you need to go out and discuss with friends, find the problem in the society, answer it, and bring your research as an answer for the society. That's the ultimate goal. And then as the researcher with a basic of physiology, I also reading several journals and then construct it, analyze it, this is maybe a theory which is you never heard before. And we found that a lot of explanation in hypopathway in physiological perspective has not been explained in the physiological side. They always explain it connected with metabolism and cancer study. And I said that if one of the protein have been connected with the one of situation controlling metabolic in the cancer, supposed to be this protein also can be able to control the physiological function in the cell itself. So we do a systematic study and we got this review paper of elaborating the physiological role of YAP as a glucose metabolism regulator, a systematic review. So how we can construct the ID and bring every step or every situation in your daily life to get the ID and capture the opportunity. So whenever you be able to divide your time nicely, you'll be able to get yourself to prepare with the material you needed. But the thing sometimes, whenever you want to write, you feel that you're already collecting lot materials, but one important side which is you sometimes forget. Whenever you're collecting the material to support your ID, the material quality is a very, very, very important again. Why I said that? Sometimes you did not really care the sources of the journal materials you construct for your research article or for your review paper. You need to really careful choose your materials. You cannot build a houses with a bad material sand. You will need to choose a special type of sand. Example, you using metal sand and combine it with a very good cement, and you choose a very, very nice high quality bricks, and you need to put a very nice and proper size of the metal for the construction. So in that regard, if you choose your journal material randomly without care about the quality, then be careful, you will be ruined. Why I said so? Whenever you build a brick wall with unsettled and confirmed journal, which has a low quality in the publication, you put the roof on it, it will be ruined easily. So thus, please do care about material quality whenever you want to construct your article for review or for original articles. So please, there is several sources you can utilize. There is a PubMed, there is Scopus to recheck, there is CNALSL, there is APE, there is some other software you can utilize for rechecking. And whenever you get those of materials, okay, please have a good habit to cluster it, become one group. The journal will be used in your article. The journal will be considered for your article, and the journal will not be used in your article, and you will not miss anything. And please characterize all that reference using software. It may help you a lot. You can use Zotero, you can use Mendeley, you can use EndNote. So this will be helpful for you. Then, whenever you get that all materials, you can start the step we call the pre-writing process. Summarize the article, make the table, okay? So you can put the specific idea of that article, what is the claim result of that article, and what is important general information presented in the article. Define the positive point of every article you read. Identify the strong ideas, insightful observation of the author has made. Whether this is empowering you or this is limit you, because it's showing you more clearly whether your study can be not done, example. And you need to find the gaps for every reference that you read. So do not only read the abstract and put that away into the folder without any analysis. Never do that. Better you read 3 articles a day, but you really read it carefully and understand about the simple message and important novelty in that journal, compared to you read 100 articles a day and you don't know what you read. That's very dangerous. So make sure that when you read the article, you understand what is in it, okay? Find the gaps. And then identify from the journal that you read, the unanswered questions. So this is maybe become your novelty. Your study, your comparison, your data may answer the unanswered question, okay? And whenever you see and looking piece by piece in the abstract, in the introductory, and then you be able to construct and try to make this storyline of your article. I go to the other important message for you, which is, you know, whenever you have been decided what you want to write, you get the ID, you get the materials, then you want to start to write. You need to understand that every type of article required you to do the different things. Whenever example, I put one example here. If you want to write the review article, how we should do as a first step. So first step is you should understand what is a review article. So review article is a type of professional paper writing which demand a high level of in-depth analysis. Please put HALMA, in-depth analysis and well-structured presentation of argument. So this will be critical, constructive evaluation of the literature that you have been collected and read, make summary of it, compare it, classify it, and make the analysis. So if you write a scientific review, you have to use database search to portray the results. And then remember, your primary goal is to summarize everything and present the unclear and present it as a clear understanding of the topic you will work on or you have been working on. Okay. So in the research review, it will consist with several parts: the summarization, classification, analysis, critique, and comparison. Again, the analysis and evaluation comparison require the theories, ID, research relevant to the subject of the article. It is also worth nothing if an article does not introduce new information, but instead present a response to another writer work. So we did not do that. Please make sure your original research, your review article present new information. Thus, at the very beginning, I said to you, when you want to start writing and get published your article, make sure you have that novelty, new ID, and present it well. Because sometimes you have a good ID, you have a very straightforward goal, but you cannot present it or you did not write it well. So people did not understand what you are trying to say. So as a good researcher and good writer, you need to mean what you say and say what you mean. I repeat again, you need to mean what you say and say what you mean. Because sometimes people mean what they say, but they did not write what they mean. So their writing is not represent what they want to try to say. That's a very different. Careful. How many types, doctor, about the review article? A lot of. There is a critical review, literature review, mapping, systematic review, meta-analysis, mixed studies, overview, qualitative systematic, rapid, scoping review. A lot of type of the review. But you can choose. Most common we using critical review, literature review, and systematic review. This is what the most common that we have been used for publication. Remember, when you shorting up the materials for the review or the original article, we use the approaching Prisma. So we're using the method approach Prisma. In the Prisma, you define what is include for your study, what is exclude, and you put it in the diagram so you did not miss any single journal to support out or exclude from your study. So this is one of the type of the review article that we have been made with our PhD student. Again, in these cases, we explore about the potential of selenium correlative with the cardiovascular disease. Nobody have been study about this selenium rule for details. So in that highlight, we have chance to write it and put the information into nice review and publish it in 2021. So the methodology, again, don't forget, you need to use Prisma and selected the article and showing to the reviewer and to the editor how you selected the inclusion criteria for your reference and also the exclusion criteria. As a step for make it more clear for your writing article review, first, you need to be able to write the title. Why? This is important. When you have the ID, when you have the novelty, it will be easy for you to write a draft title. You can imagine in your mind what is the title will be. And then based on the title, you get the keyword and find the reference or correlated reference site or reverse to your title. After that, You get the material that has been collected, you get the information, important information in the table, and you can start to make a puzzle following the title you have been made in the introduction. And you explain what is have been done, what is not has been done, what is the gap, what is important, and what you will do, and why people should care for your journal. So it should present it in the introduction. If you miss one of that part, people will not really care about your writing. And then don't forget, whenever you write the article, in this case is explained about the review article, make the summarize. When you finish, critique your writing. Read again, read again, read again, and for instant and easy, give your writing result to your friend. To your friend, your peers, your colleagues, or your senior, or your lecturer. Why? Because they will see your writing result with their perspective. Should be, okay, your writing result should be, has the same explanation after every people read that. There is not dual explanation, triple explanation, or doubtness, or unclear. If you write not properly, it will raise a lot of questions from your peers or from your senior. That's very easy. They will ask you, what do you mean with this sentence? What do you mean with this fact? Why do you say this is down but this is up? Something like that. So this is will critique and enhancing the draft that you have been made for review or original research. And step 6, craft the conclusion. Sometimes this is missing for every single original research or for every single article review. Make sure that you make a conclusion with a simple and elegant ways. How you should make that conclusion? Let me show like this. Usually now, people using the graphical abstract with a picture to explain their summary on their conclusion. So people can follow the pathway or mechanism you try to address in your journal. Okay? So this is very important. Try to make your graphical abstract and summarize the conclusion that you have been trying to say. This is the way and reflection from the sentence that I said. You mean what you say and say what you mean. And then this one, the table is reflected the things that you should tabulize from the materials that have been explained before. So you need to put who is the author, what is the method, what the effect, what the special effect, and so on. So by you have this tabulation, you can easily divine the storyline and crafting the foundation for your journal writing. Okay. I will go to the 4th section. Understand, please understand that publication is a process, like the very first beginning I said to you. So there is a road for publication. It's not instant like McDonald's or Kentucky Fried Chicken. I'm sorry, I mentioned America, but it's not that instant. Trust me, it's a struggle, it's a process. It's not like McDonald's, trust me. And then, you know, when you realize that this is a process, you need to prepare that journey, okay? It may take longer than you expected. You cannot divine, maybe 2 months I will get Q1. No. Just enjoy the process. It may take longer than you expected. Second, by writing a journal, it will drive you, leave your comfort zone. You will not like you used to be. You will drive to become a better person, to collect it, to analyze, to draw the conclusion. You will learn a new ideas. You will develop a new skill. You will encourage a new social relationship. Why? Because whenever you don't understand about something, you will come to your friend, asking and discuss to your friend. Whenever you don't know about something, you will come to your lecture and discuss with your lecturer. Your lecturer will come to the senior lecturer and discuss with them. Or your senior lecturer will come to the society and discuss about it. So remember, this is a process, not the end of the goal. So if you taken this as a process, you will not so depressed when you get rejected. You get my point? If you really expected this as a goal, when you get rejected, you will cry maybe whole day, maybe a week, maybe a month in your room. But trust me, every reviewer in the world, they have a sharp word, including me. I'm sorry. I will say directly what is proper, what is not proper, what is right, what is not right, what is good, what is not good. But honestly speaking, you should be thankful if your reviewer is come from Indonesian. Why? Because Indonesian people is very good as a reviewer. And they usually have a very picky word and very smooth word when they imply about the expression, about the writing. But if you get, okay, the reviewer come from United States, trust me, the sentence and the questions only 2, but you need to answer by 2 pages sometimes. That's very difficult. Or you need to explain and redo your experiment. That's crazy, but it's happened. And sometimes even you redo your experiment, answering by 2 pages, they will reject it you at the end. So this has happened to me also. You're waiting for 6 months, you get review, you answer the review, you submit about the new result and new method, and you get the answer the other 2 months, so 8 months already, and the answer is, sorry, it's not fitting with our journal, it's not meet the criteria, sorry, we need to reject you. Something like that. So I need to accept that. 8 months, gone already. But anyhow, this is the process, right? You need to find a critics of your study. You need to move from one step to another step. Definitely, if you realize and agree with me, I hope you do agree with me, okay, that this is a process, not a goal. Whenever you prepare a journey, you will leave your comfort zone, you will learn new idea, developing skill, relationship, understand the volatility of the review process. And at the end, I'm quite sure you will be as happy as me today, bring the meaning and excitement in your life in some point. Do I still get rejection? A lot. Yesterday I get rejected. So that's okay. That's fine. It's part of the process. Not always means that I standing in front of you, all my paper get accepted. No. I also still get rejection. But you know, I believe one thing. When you fell down for 7 times, don't forget, don't stand up 6, okay? It's -1. Stand up 8. So you still stand up upon your failureness. So you will move forward, push forward, keep a better person, move from your comfort zone. There are 7 steps in your journey. First, you find the topics. I already told you. After you find the topic, you research the topic, building it, put it with a lot of good materials, plan a research program. And after that, you get the data, you writing, you prepare the journal, the target. Please remember, please do not see a cat as a lion in the mirror, okay? So what I mean is, whenever you're a cat, sometimes we see our data and our writing as the best writing in the world. This is the best one, the most interesting one, the most beautiful one. Whenever people critique yours, and you will be very painful. Do not be being painful, okay? Just correct it and submit it. That's fine. Do not take it into your feeling, but take it into your sense and change it, okay? Because this is science. This is not talking about emotion. This is talking about data and about how you analyze it and present it well in the journal. Prepare your paper and see the journal respond and start again the new topics. Whenever you write something, this is a tip and tricks. Don't forget, keep it simple, short, and familiar word. I often found my student, my friends, my colleagues, if they write long sentence, long paragraph, they feel satisfied and comforted. Please, okay, understand that English language is quite simple. Say what you mean what you say, keep it simple, write it clear, and point out why is it important that you try to address. Avoid jargon and acronym. Be specific on what you mean and be concrete. Do not talk your assumption. Talk your data, not out of that. Only talk your data. Talk about the importance of your data. Talk about the perspective of your data. Not talk other people's data, okay? Talk about your data. Please make sure that you're talking about your data because this is your publication, not other people's publication. Okay, again, I repeat again, say what you mean and mean what you say. When you choose the topics, you need to know that when you choose a topic and find new ideas, it could be everywhere, it could be anywhere. But one thing that I not say and explain yet, you should choose a topic correlated with the needs of the society and the growing interest. Example, we come from the Sports Science Society, okay? And then whenever you only writing about sports science, people will say, okay, what is sports science? But whenever you said that sports science induce immunity for recovery COVID-19, that's something. People will cite your paper. That's important. How you find the interest in the topic and bring the audience, come into your topic, get the citation. Definitely with the right way, how to do that, okay? And you will get the potential relevance because you come from your sports science background, you connect it with the demand of the society, answer it nicely with the scientific way, definitely you will get the potential relevance. And you will get the critical academic mass because all the people in the sports science society will comment for you and endorse you. And what you think is right will be followed by the other people. Remember, as researcher, we are not follower, we are the leader. So we create the new ID, let the people follow us and cite our work because we know that our ID is solid based on the data and based on the method that we have. Definitely, if you do this one, your ID will be appreciated by close colleagues. Let me share to you the story. Whenever I worked in NUS, National University of Singapore, and NTU, I remember the very first day when I worked as a postdoctoral fellow over there and also teaching in the pre-med school, I have 17 proposal of the ID. Fortunately, all that 17 has been rejected. So all 3 months is only offering the title and they said no good. Offering the title said no good. Offering the title said not good. And fortunately, the 18th one, I submit one title and now it's become a journal published in endocrinology. You can find in my Google Scholar or Scopus Index. That's get the highest citation ever. So something nice and good always through the process. So you need to remember this is a process. Enjoy that. Okay. How we find that our ID and society will be relevant and how we utilize that. Remember, write something on your area, match with your interests, skills, and experience. Write something that you has collaborator with that. Example, Dr. Titin has good collaborator with Professor Kuo and Professor Lim. Definitely, this is a strength that we have. Explore, collaborate, and write. And then the last one is, remember, you cannot build something good based on not good material. You should find best quality of materials, then you can create something good. Stage 2, sometimes you need to find a very current articles, and then you need to make a cutoff 5 years back, 10 years back of the reference that you will utilize in your study. And then please, whenever you try to develop the ID, discuss with senior, with friends, with colleagues, and you can justify whether the ID is implemented or not. This is make sure that the ID or the novelty that you find is really, really brand new and interesting and create new insight for the society. So from where you can get the sources of the information, you can get the application from the PubMed, and then you can also get the uncovering context if the previous knowledge you think this is wrong, and you make the new analysis and summation of that previous study, or you want to develop new methods because you think that this new method will answering the limitation of the previous method, or maybe you already did something experiment before and you find unexpected result, interesting result, then you want to continue the study. That also really able to be done. Then get access to the data, conduct the test run, analysis. Maybe you need to do a numerous run, repeat, repeat, repeat. As a research say, re and search, re and search, re and search. Again, you need to repeat in some point. Choose your journal. Whenever you get the data you want to submit, I told you at the earlier that be careful. Do not feel like a cat, see a lion in the mirror, but you need to really justify what you have, and you need to justify the target of the journal, whether your data or your writing will be suitable or not to submit to that journal level. This will be able to submit to Q1, Q2, Q3, Q4, Sinta 1, Sinta 2, Sinta 3, Sinta 4, or which journal. You should justify your data. Then after that, you will be able to be more efficient whenever you do submission. Okay. And don't forget, do not be rejected because of you did not match with the journal criteria, cause of wrong guidelines application. You wrong to make the style of citation example. You did not put the right abstract model example, or you using a very bad English example. Please make sure all the thing is done before you submit. Make sure that all the criteria required by the journal, you explain and you fit it already. And prepare your manuscript, follow the process, adjust the reference, point out the reviewer, simplify, read again, and submit. Okay, when you submit, you need to remember in the journey and the process of the submission for your publication, you need to tell to the editor what is important in your work. Sometimes you need to write the cover letter like this. This is the last cover letter that I wrote for the Pharmacognosy Journal, has been accepted maybe 2 months ago. And then you need to explain about what is the story, what is important, why this is maybe very interesting for the readers to be attracted and read our articles. And then there is a journal response, definitely. There is, we call before the next rejection, there is editor rejection. Editor read that before they send for the checking, they reject. There is a DEX rejection. There is a DEX revise sent to the reviewer and ask for revision first for the guidelines and so on. If you are lucky enough or the DEX evaluation is done, then we'll go to the reviewer and probably you get minor revision, you get major revision, you need to revise and need to resubmit. When you are rejected, this is the process. This is interesting. When you get rejected, there is 4 stages of grief. When you rejected, the very first step, you are denial. Why this is rejected, right? This is what I feel. I always cannot be accepted whenever they reject it. That is a very 5 minutes. So I always expected a good response, right? But I cannot deny that some of my journal also get rejected. I deny in some point. I a bit angry in some point. I said bargaining. I can explain to myself and say to my friend, the reviewers don't understand what I will try to say. So this is not right. So what the reason the reviewer said like that? But you cannot do anything. Reviewer is reviewer. The half God and half man. So it's depend on them. They want to reject. They want to accept. And then at the end, you will accept with the rejection that you may get. So if you reject it, it's not about the rejection which is important. It's about the understanding why you are rejected. So you need to understand why it is rejected. Go back, sit down, read again, and think about what is the ways different, the perspective difference reviewer has been found in your writing article, okay? And then make your new version different and resubmit. Do not feel disappointed longer. I repeat, do not feel disappointed longer. When you get rejected, revise, resubmit. As simple as that. In Indonesian word, do not get baper or galau. That's done. Done is done. Do not galau. Do not look back. Look forward. Resubmit. And then whenever you get and analyze, or if they requested for revision, try to understand. Maybe you already put all the information there, but they did not get the explanation that you tried to say. Sometimes they are wrong, or sometimes you are wrong. You did not explain it well. Thus, you need to answer the revision. Or sometimes they are not wrong, you are not wrong. It's only unclear. So you need to clarify. Okay? Show you are responsive and willingly to answer the questions. And hold the true process of the revision. Keep the main IDs uncluttered. Why I said like this? Sometimes impact about suppressing method or result, and then it's not the process itself. And then, you know, you need to analyze and do the alternative analyze in the paragraph or the footnote. And please make sure all the changes into the revision, did not change the main storyline that you have been built for this study. Because sometimes they put the ideas or suggestion or opinion, whenever you put that, so it will shift a little bit the direction explanation of the study. So need to be careful. Okay, so key point 4, remember guys, publishing is not a goal, it's a process. So need to remember, it's a process. It takes a journey for you. And it's talk about the good communication. You need to communicate. Communicate, say what you mean and mean what you say, and answer the revision from the reviewer. It's exciting, fun, and sometimes disappointing. So it's fun. That's fine. Last point. I will finish in 3 slides. So I'm so sorry I talked so much today. I will looking forward to discuss with you guys. So today, the last point is important. This is very, very important. Bridging communication and collaboration with academic peers. So I do believe that if you want to go fast, you just go run alone. So, okay, you can run alone. You do not need to care about all friends surrounded you. But if you want to go far, because I do believe this is a lot of process we have been through, you need friends, you need to collaborate, you need to communicate, you need to empowering each other. You want to go far, then you go together, don't go alone. So thus, I have a lot of friends here. I working with Society EIV, and I have a very good friends in EIV. One of my friends is Dr. Siti Baitul, Dr. Hardian, coming in this meeting, and also Dr. Titin. And looking forward to collaborate with all of you in the Zoom meeting. And I have good collaboration with many friends across the world and across the globe. And we publish together and we discuss together. Science is about communication and communicate what we thought this is important for the society. So keep communicating, guys. And communication is not only talking about the big one with the other university or other faculty outside across the globe, but also about communicate with your student. So I have a student research club, communicate with my student in the level undergraduate, in the postgraduate, and we're creating. So this is the product of my student. They're working with the in silico software Autodox and try to find interesting active compound from herbal and checking the docking with the insulin receptor example, with adiponectin receptor, and seeing the possibility for trial in the in vitro or in vivo studies whenever they come into the minor thesis or they come for the thesis dissertation study. I'm very happy to take any questions. Thank you. I'm sorry for a little bit taking your time, but I'm very happy to have the time and discuss with you today. I revert back to Ms. Raya. Please. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ronnie Lesmana. It's very interesting and empowering. You give your lecture with full of spirit, full of beautiful words and motivations. Very impressive. Dr. Ronnie, I have in chat column several questions. First is from Yeti Mahrina, Ibu Yeti Mahrina. She asked, sometime we do have an interesting idea in research and we found just few articles studied the topic, but when we try to write, try to publish, it seems common. What's your suggestion?
So the thing is, sometimes, again, we thought that we have been served good enough, but at some point, it is not good enough, frankly speaking. So you need to really seek details. More eyes, better. If you have more students, more friends, let's that they have a discussion with us and search together. So definitely 6 eyes better than 2 eyes. And then we will not miss any details information and we will not feel that at the end, this is a common ideas. That's the secret.
So Dr. Ronnie, is that mean that you would like to suggest us before we decide a topic, we have like a small discussion group?
Correct.
Everyone share their ideas.
Correct. In my faculty and in my laboratory, I have 3 laboratories, 2 work in animals, 1 work in vitros. There is 3 study clubs working with me. I have a lot of group for a discussion with my PhD student. Sometimes it empowering me and help me to get the details about what is going on. Definitely, I told you that whenever you read commonly, you will get common. You will not get the details. At the end, even you thought this is very interesting, you did not realize somebody did that already with, example, limited access journal. Sometimes you only be able to read from the title, but the title itself and the explanation, it implicitly explain about the topics that you are working on. So you need to be careful with that. So whenever you have a good friends and you have discussion with several collaborator, they will give you that insight. Hey, wait a minute. I also read one of paper. The title is not that one, but the thing is inside of the paper is explained. That's the point. This is what a friend needs for.
I see. Okay. Thank you, Dr. Ronnie. But then even if we found the topic is quite common, but we still find the gap, then we can still working on it, right?
Exactly. So how you can find the gap from the common topics? You need to read more. You need to get the details. You need to get the good materials. Then you can find the gaps. That's the key. So again, I told you, if you build the houses, you need to choose the best materials to build a very strong houses. So whenever a wolf coming, they cannot blow your house like the Three Pigs stories. I'm joking.
Wow, I got a lot of question here. Next question is from Mr. Aziz. If our paper got rejected, is it will be better if I reduce, hold on, it's keep running because more question keep coming. If I reduce to other journal from Q2 to Q3 after my revisions, okay. Please, Dr. Ronnie, I believe from your lectures, you didn't say that. You said step back to go higher.
Yeah, definitely you need to understand first what is the revision has been X, and then make you realize and more step on the ground about your study, whether this is really strong or left over a lot of small gaps in your study. So if you find some of the gaps you cannot explain, needs more big experiment, you don't have any time, you cannot really do it details, then you may need to reconstruct the sentence, your conclusion, and your analysis and discussion, maybe submit a little bit down of the target. But if you find that your data is strong and you understand this is mistake of understanding from the reviewer, and you still believe this is a very interesting study, do not reduce your value. That's the answer.
I'm curious about the research that you have submitted, and then after 8 months, it got rejected after you take another data. So in that case, I still didn't get it. How can like we follow the reviewer's idea to take another data? So
yes,
is it okay? I mean, when we were asked to take another data, is it do you think it's suggested to take another data, or it's better to directly move to another journal or publication?
Depend on. Again, you need to really understand what the revision or the reviewer give you the revision. What is the content or what's the target? That's the first key. Second is, it's happened to my review journal. It has been a review. I said that, okay, in Frontiers, I didn't mention anywhere. It's Q1, okay. There is a 3 reviewer. All of them have a good positive response. I make a major revision. Dr. Aziz also know that. Dr. Aziz is one of my friends. He know that. Okay. And then I've been revised that, resubmit, get respond. Okay. From the 3 reviewer, all satisfied and agree, because this is live review. If you go to Frontiers, they have a new dynamic live report for revision and review process is open. And at the end, on a sudden, they put one another associate special editors. Read that. And on a sudden change and said that this is not good, not interesting, not new. Will not be considered and gone. In that highlight, so I believe the associate special editors may be a very, very good, talented person in that field, or I believe in 3 other person. So I try my luck, and I believe my ID, I believe my analysis, I believe my data in my journal. I shifted it, I submit again to another Q1 journal. I did not look over to get the target to be published by next month. That's okay. It's kind of my deposit. I write another things. I just put submit and forget about it, and let's see the result. I write another one. So do not only write one journal. That's the other key. Otherwise, if you're only waiting for one and then you get rejected and you get drowned by one and disappointed all the day. But if you have the other things, you can also submit it, wait, and work the other things. You need to split it and divide. But again, see and get the point. What is the reviewer want and expectation? And whether this is in line or outline. whether this is change your story or not. If you quite confident, do not too fast to reduce your value. Keep working forward and try to submit first.
Okay. Okay, cool. Write, submit, and forget it.
Yes, correct.
Keep working. Okay. Another question from Dr. Hardian. In my case, journal always blame the author of systematic review and meta-analysis for publication bias. But usually journal tend to accept paper with positive finding. What do you think?
Sometimes yes, sometimes not. In some point, I also get rejected. I have a paper get rejected almost 8 times. So I also has kind of those paper, which is the idea is not well accepted by the reviewer. It's hard to be accepted, but I thought this is maybe right. So that's okay. I have the data. I do not push it forward. I still crystallize and collect more information and reference backbone to explain my study. Definitely in some point, there is a perspective of the reviewer want to have the strong positive historical of the reference, but sometimes you need to open your eyes that, you know, that reference not always in line with the hypothesis. So whenever you find that gap, you explain it balance. Again, I repeat, explain it balance. Do not put too attention to one side or to the other side. So reviewer usually will accept that point. Because if you want to trend to say prone to another direction, you need to have data, solid data for that. It's not review anymore. That's your assumption at the end.
Can I continue the questions,
Sure.
Dr. Aya?
Yes,
Yeah.
please.
Yes.
Sure.
Yes. Because you, as you know, that when we make a standard review or meta-analysis and we make a population bias analysis, okay. So and usually we try to find in the corner the study with positive results, but many times I have found that as you know, I think you know better than me, but that the result is not always give positive result. Negative result also have meaning. We can say, oh, not from that pathway. So we prove not that pathway that responsible to the phenomenon. So we have to think another pathway. So, but sometimes the reviewer just, oh no, your article is not is negative, so it's not good, so just throw away. I want many times like that.
Yeah, I do understand. Dr. Aryan, agree with you. Totally agree with you. This is what is happening in our field. But the thing is, you know, it's a bit different between negative result and contra result. So you need to be careful because negative result, there is another journal, Q2, published for negative result. There is a specific journal for negative result.
Yes.
Yeah, but the thing definitely when you divine and analyze and crystallize into the sentence about two study showing to contra result, you need to put a same weight of analysis for both. That's the point.
Yes, we try to explain to him. He's from India, so try to explain this is the another possibility that we can explain. We can go to another pathway, not by this pathway that as we assumed before. So, but no. Okay. Yes. So.
So there was one experience, Dr. Hardian. I also faced that point. What I did is I pulling out reference that I did read about that contra or negative result. I put in the reference when I answer specific point to point reviewer, and I send specific to the editors. So this is the backbone of the reference. There is a 12 reference with this matrix, and this is explaining through this way. So there's the reason why we put the weight analysis balance between this pathway and that pathway. And the other one, maybe you send the video of Chaya, they will send you something. I'm joking.
No. I also have explained like you that you say that this is an article of my student that at the first time that when she submit the paper about 1 year she got rejected by two journal. So after to send to Q4 and National Journal, but was rejected. And I tried to refine the paper, the analysis, and everything. And finally, the paper got on Q1. So it's okay. It's go increase is okay. Go up is okay. Not always go down. Yeah. Yeah.
Agree with you. So that is the researcher. That is the researcher.
Yeah.
So we do not care about the result, but we care about the process.
Okay, good.
If we stick with the guidance of the process, we stick with the good method and the quality of measurement that we get for the data up, the data down is number 2. So there is always explanation for good data or bad data, but still good data.
Yeah.
Because sometimes from the bad data will be good result. Let me share you this story. In the morning, I have been asked to be told and share a story about the autophagy in my department. If you remember Professor Yoshinori Ozumi, the Nobel winner in physiology, Dr. Hadian, when he found autophagy, he thought 35 years ago it's a mistake. And this is a garbage. But that point bring him become a Nobel winner today. So I do believe that, I do not stick with the result need to be positive, but I stick to the process to get the result.
Yes, it's true. Yeah, agree with you. Totally agree. Yeah. So I think it's very good conversation today with you, Dr. Ronnie. Thank you so much. Yeah. Thank you so much. Yeah. Thank you so much. Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Raya. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you so much. It's very good. Yeah.
You're very welcome, Dr. Hardian. We still have another question from M. Akbar Hussein. Sometimes the manuscript we send in the journal got rejected. Are we allowed to ask the reason for our manuscript to get rejected? Is it polite?
So this is quite interesting. None of journal, which is index journal, reject without reason. Always there is a reason. Scope of the journal, not match English requirement, or data presentation, reason always be given. So if you submit it to the journal and reject it without reason, maybe they take it personally, maybe don't like your name. No, I'm joking. But the thing is, they never rejected journal without reason. Indexing journal so far, 15 years I'm working in this field, they always give reason why they are rejected your journal.
Okay, Dr. Ronnie, I have another question.
Are you headed? You hold your
head? No.
Oh, no, okay. Okay, I'm sorry. If headed, I'm so sorry. So I'm sorry with the way I explaining, but this is
it's very clear. It's very clear, and it's very motivating. My question is, it will if we know that our quality, for example, our quality is just in Q3 journal, but we want to test, we want to get a more input. We know that it won't get accepted in Q2. But we want to get input. We know it will be rejected. But when we got rejected, we will get comment, easier comment. Will that be suggested or not?
Sometimes I do that.
I do that too.
Yeah, because I test the water. Because when I want to see whether my journal or the ID is being accepted or not, sometimes I send to the higher journal first to see their response. If they like the ID, they will give a lot of revision. That's the chance. You can get accepted by adding some more experiment, or you get rejected. You get rejected, there is a two option. Rejected for resubmission. Sometimes there is an option like that. Or rejected to resubmit to the other journal. They recommend you to the other journal. Sometimes it's also happen. So the thing is, the habit or the approaches that you have been asked to me is not wrong. Which is wrong is if you submit to 2 journals in the same time. That's not allowed.
I see. Very interesting. Is there any other question? Anyone who want to have a live questions with Dr. Ronnie here? No more? Ibu Titin?
Okay. Oh my God. It's very nice to see you again, Dr. Ronnie. It's like, okay. Actually, I have a problem. So, almost in my experience 2 years for revising and then rejected. Oh, so sad.
Welcome to the club. Welcome to the club. Then I feel what you feel.
2 years already I'm revised following the reviewer.
I do hear you.
And you know what my professor comment? Oh, I know this, the editor, he is my student before. Oh my God, say like that. And then we just try again. And finally that we got the rejection. Okay, go another another journal. So so when you got that, right? So actually we have the targeting journal, but when we got rejected and then we want to try again, how you will do? Even though you already follow the review, comment, or what will you do?
Yeah, through the years and through a lot of submission, it changed my habits a lot. So it changed my perspective. It changed my patience in countering and accepting the critics from others. I try to hear more rather than to answer more. Whenever I get rejected, I sit down and read carefully what they are trying to say. Sometimes it's very painful to my heart because I do not believe what they said. That's denial that happened in me. But the thing is, I try to control and understand the importance, because if you want to get better, you need to hear from others, which is they may say the truth. Maybe we did not quite patient enough when somebody said there is a pimples in your face. But that's true, there's a pimple in our face, but we still do expect it. Do not say the pimples, then do not talk about the pimples on my face. But the thing is, it's happening, but the reviewer will give you a fair judgment. And then, definitely there is a good story. Whenever in the Singapore, I have a very good friends, and he submitted a very good journal, like you did, Dr. Titin. In the Q1, definitely is hard journal, I know that. And then he submitted and get reviewed after 4 months and send back to him, get revision. Oh my God, a lot of to do. He make a point to point and then make a lot of experiments and working a lot in 4 months and he submit again and he get another revision. Oh, he do a lot again, another 4 months. So almost already 1 year, right? And then get sent again, get revision, minor revision. And then at the end, rejected. Then the second year I said to him like this, I could not imagine what do you feel whenever you get that experience. And be careful with what you said. And I happened to me 2 years after. And I said, I know the feeling what you feel now.
Welcome the club.
Welcome to the club. I know the feeling. So whenever I get those feelings, it's very important for me to converting my undergrad and my postgrad student. So when they get rejected, they start to cry. I said that don't worry, it's not painful enough. We have been through before, and I can told you, just walk ahead, forget it, repair that, corrected it, resubmit.
Yeah, that's good. Thank you, Dr. Ronnie. It's very excellent presentation. Love it.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ronnie, for your precious presentations and your motivations to us. It's motivated me to submit, and then forget it. Okay. We would like to present our certificate of appreciations to you. Oh, I'm sorry. I think the font is a little bit bigger.
It's okay.
I will fix it later.
Don't worry. I did not send revision. Don't worry. It's okay.
I'm sorry.
Take 1 year.
Yeah.
Need 1 year to correct it.
1 year. I will present to you.
I accept that with minor correction. It's okay.
Yeah.
See, I resubmitted. Thank you very much, Dr. Ronnie Lesmana. It was really a great session at noon, and you make us awake. We don't sleep at all because
thanks God. Thank you.
You are so motivating, guys. We would like to say our highest appreciation to Associate Professor Dr. Ronnie Lesmana for his sessions, his valuable session. Hopefully after this, we will get more motivated to submit, to revise, and then forget whatever we have done and continue to be productive. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that's the end of the third session with Dr. Ronnie Lesmana. Now we are going to move on to the last station with my very best friends.
Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Ronnie. Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Aryan. Dr. Aryan,
Thank you. Yeah, thank
Dr.
you.
Titin.
Thank you so much.
you,
Yeah,
Dr.
thank you
Terima
so much.
kasih,
Yeah.
Mas Roni.
Thank you, Dr.
See you
Mas
soon.
Roni.
Thank you.
Thank
Yeah.
you, thank you. Thank you semua.
Yeah.
Seems that Dr. Roni have a lot of fans here.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Pasti, Mbak Raya.
Iya.
Amin.
Teman
Very
ngerumpi,
welcome,
Dok.
Iya,
Teman ada
betul.
kelompok ngerumpi, Dok.
Nggak hanya study club ya, ada rumpi
Iya.
club ya.
Kelompok
Ada
ngerumpi,
Rufik.
Dok. Iya.
Ja, doso, gambatte kudasai. Yoroshiku
Ya.
onegaishimasu.
Arigatou gozaimasu.
Arigato.
Damata.
Arigato.
Damata. Ya.
Ladies and gentlemen, now we move on to the last session with Associate Professor Dr. Sri Sumarti Ningsih Aivo. He is from our Faculty of Sports Science, Universitas Negeri Semarang, from Sports Science Department. She graduated from Chinese Culture University under Sport Coaching Science major and Exercise Physiology. Her research lies in exercise physiology, and some awards that she got were Young Educator Travel Award, FAOPS, from Kobe, Japan. That's why she could speak Japanese. And Nifisa Sport Performance Academy, NIFS, Kanoyo, Japan. She has a lot of publications, and today she will guide us about experience writing and published in the national and international journal. Please welcome Ibu Dr. Sri Sumarti Ningsih. The screen is yours.
Thank you, Ms. Raya. Thank you very much for all participants who are still on the screen. Wow, this is very great. Still 153. Thank you very much for your participation. And today, actually, I just want to share about my experience when I was writing my paper. So, not like my sensei. So I have, before is my sensei, I have a Professor Kuo, and then Professor Lim, and then also Dr. Roni sensei. So I just the last person in here, just beginner. Oh, what happened? Why in like this? Okay, and this is my Scopus idea. So just still the document still ETN slash, and also I have the citation in 2012, 11, and 2021. This is for maybe seven for my last publication in SSGI journal and Q2. Because of this H index, so I can apply to WGP program 2021, because in here I have a participant asking me, this is correct? The WGP is on the program right now? So I said yes. And this is my Sinta ID, so still less, not like Dr. Roni. And the scope is just the citation, not too much. And okay, so I will share to you about my experience. So when you got rejection, what happened to you? Oh, yeah, 2 years already after I revising, following the reviewer's comment, follow. So, and then follow again, and I revise, following again, revise. But finally, and then we rejected. Oh, so sad. Oh, and then what happened with me when I do so sad? And very sad at the time. And you know, what did I do? I tried to reading again, but still I cannot focus. And at the time, 2018, 2019, I tried to just, okay, let it go. I tried to make me free. So just going up to the mountain. So just hiking the mountain, and then also the swim on the ocean, that I did it. So I just tried to traveling, but in there, I just also writing again about my paper. And then if you got major revision also, this is good, but not need give up. you still have a chance. And when you got minor revision, your smile is also will be bigger. Okay, and this, when you got rejection again, so you see the review comment and what the editor comment. If the editor last time that told me it's not proper with our journal, but already devising 2 years. Okay, no problem. Even though my professor very so sad, say like that, but don't worry. And I try again to, if this one, I try to the other third journal rule. Try again to the another journal, and the another journal after a few months, I got the decision to submit to other journal, but still in the same home. After that, my professor thinks, no, don't do that. Okay, you can just going to other, maybe in here not proper to you. So, and then I going to the last journal is in the Taiwan National Journal, that is Professor Kuo journal, maybe about journal of exercise and physiology, that have a long journey of paper, 2 years rejected, 6 months going to the other journal, and then 8 months accepted in this journal. So this is the topic. Every journal have a review and comment, have about the method, have about the program, or about the luck or something, but it is good for our paper to improve our paper. And then I try that all the comment I put in here, and finally publish when I was done to study. And then, okay, what should I do when you got rejected? Or if I revise again, then you can read the comment carefully, following the comment. But when you, maybe it's not like your opinion, just explain clearly. And then follow the instruction. Following the instruction is like in the journal rule, following all about that, and make it clear the answer from the review comment. And then revise carefully. So let's check when you already submit your abstract, follow the journal instruction, usually 150 or 275 words, and then the keyword. The keyword, please don't same with the title, the variable in the title, looking for the difference. So maybe too easy when you try to looking for in the Google Scholar, and when you're writing in the others, in other words, so it's easy to citation for the other can looking for your paper. And then introduction, this up to date for the research publication. Also, if your journal target, you can take from your journal target if some publication that same with your topic, so just take from there. And then don't forget to put the gap between the previous study and also with your study, and the novelty of your study. Also put the hypothesis in here. to make the editor or the reviewer clear what you want, what you mean. Say what you want, say what you mean. So just say it, just clear like that Dr. Rani said. And then the methods. The important thing in here usually my experience when I submit about the research design, and then that in the last time that in the journal that published in Singapore say that about the statistic, because just use the t-test that want to weigh ANOVA. So the reviewer want to weigh ANOVA, but when I use to weigh ANOVA, the reviewer back want to t-test. Okay, just follow the the last experience. And then the ethical issue. Now everything in the international journal also have an ethical issue, must have a proof about that. And then study protocol, how you do the study, how you measure about the subject, how you get the data, so make clear. And then the analysis. Yeah, that last time that my problem that 2 years is the analysis. And here the results that this my experience is about the descriptive data must be present, and then about the homogeneous, the normality, and the hypothesis task. You can make a graph so that Professor Kuo said it's better use graph to make better understanding the study, the data study is significant or not. So make it easier to understand the reader. And then the discussion. So make sure that your result study have a relation or maybe not connect what the relation with the previous study. And the conclusion, answer the question you study. Because when in here, be a reviewer, some journal, sometimes the conclusion is not same with the not answer the study in here, the aims or the hypothesis of the study. Just answer this one, but sometimes in here the student just said the other. So please just focus what the aims. And the reference, just following the format from the journal. Just check it out. And don't forget, before you submitting, so before submit, about to publish, so you want going to publish abstract, just only abstract or full report, and then choose your forum, on conference or in the journal, or maybe like in the FOPS, or maybe the others. Just you can choose the type of the journal and then what audience you're targeting. You can choose this is the student, for the researcher, or maybe for other, or for teacher, or maybe for the publics will get with the society. So, and the research journal, so following the publication guideline and article style. So in this 1, 2, 3, we must check before submission. And then don't forget, before we submit, do proofreading, because I'm not from England, or I just from Indonesia, so not my mother language. English is not my mother language, so I need to proofread. at the time before I met to my professor, before I go in there, I always profit from the native speaker. But I got the comment from my professor, Titin, this is your English? I think this is Indonesian language. I just, oh my God, no, this is in English, prof. But this is like Indonesian, it's like that. So we need to prove it. Even though we prove it, sometimes the, how to say, the term is different. So we need to the professional proof it. If focus on physiology or focusing in sports science, on social, maybe have a different terms. So just try to prove it, or you can ask to your friend, ask to Dr. Ronnie, ask to Dr. Hadian, ask to Dr. Siti, or ask to Dr. Raya to help us. Just try like that. And then this, don't forget the citation, text, and match with reference. And then our syntax and grammar acceptable. The terms also. And the number of abstract. Just try again to analyze this again. Is it correct or not? And then the after submission, the publication procedure for 6 to 12 months. But now I have an experience for only 2 weeks. So before I going to Japan, before I go to Japan, and then I publish after back to Japan. So for 2 weeks. Depend the journal. And the author submit, editor is assigned to manuscript. This is usually in the editor journal, and then editor assign reviewers. So you can see in the menu. And if the reviewer decide on whether a review paper, and several reviewer inspect and edit, also the editor and then have a decided your paper. Is it rejected or revision? So you can see on the menu of that. If accepted, editor send back to author with revision. Author revises paper and send it back, and possibility of second review process and then published. So it's easy if after we publish, but before that, oh, so sad. So in here, in your mind, sometimes what is peer review? Why is difficult sometimes? So in here, we must know about the review process. So review process that for scientists by scientists. So same the background of study maybe, or and the purpose to filter what is published as science and to provide research with perspective. So where is peer review used? So in here, have in scientific publication, grant review, and tenure promotion. Constraint of peer review. So this is sometimes slow, like sometimes the reviewer that editor sent to reviewer back for 2 weeks or maybe 6 months or 1 month, depend on the reviewer time. And then conflicting views, confronting theory bias, and then personal view, objectives, fast personal edits, and fraud, data manipulation, and invention. And this is have I just quote from the editor of the Lancet that, you know, when you can publish in the Lancet just one article, and then you will got so many citations. like in my college. So in here, she already published in the Lancet. Now its publication, the citation is high, and this high index is 32. Wow. So very great. When the editor said that editor and science portray peer review as a cohesive second process that have to make science our most objective truth teller. So they must say the truth. Must be objective. But the system of peer review is biased. This is based on Richard, based on the editor. Biased, unjust, and unaccountable, incomplete, easily fixed. Jadi mudah untuk di-fix ya. Often insulting, usually ignorant, occasionally foolish, and frequently wrong. This is not by my words, but by editor The Lancet. So about the scientific misconduct, sometimes have about the gift authorship, redundant publication, plagiarism, fabrication, falsification, and conflict of interest. So in plagiarism, you can use Turnitin before you submit. You can check. Like last time, Ms. Raya asking me to check the plagiarism. And then conflict of interest, usually here, conflict of interest always the journal asking about this one. This is have a conflict interest or not. And then writing style and audience. Checklist, for the anecdote of stories, report fact, not outlandish conclusion, and then no misspelling, grammatical accuracy, meet formatting guideline, and avoids using the first person. With the audience. So this is you need to write your target of audience. So in here, when we are writing in the manuscript, we need to looking for which the word is good enough or not. So what choice? Is it okay? I put in here, or I need to add a word. So we need to examine and analysis. So in here, we try to improve our knowledge and also describe the analysis to that the knowledge. Also here, what choice we can use from Bloom's taxonomy about the knowledge, comprehension, application, analysis, synthesis, and evaluation. So just use this kind of this word. Like in the knowledge. So we can use recitation of fact, like use I found that the study found, or the study identify or labels. You can say that, or about the comprehension, state a problem of interpret fact, and then discuss, predict, and compare. And then application, apply all information to solve new problem. So we don't need to forget what is the history. So the history is needed for our study. So apply all information to solve new problem. Solve, so, examine, classify, can use that words. And then when analysis, also used to explain part of meaning, like analysis, investigate, compare, to contrast, can write that. And then about synthesis. So in here, we're making prediction or discussion the possibility, like the predict, or plan, devise, and propose. And the last is about the evaluation. So in here, we need doing the drawing conclusion and making recommendation. So you can write justify, verify. The study argue that the study recommend that the determine. Just you can use this kind of word. Okay, and hey, so oh really? Oh, thank you. And this one, this is my study that just on my study that I'm studying 2017. This is also have a long history, how I got difficult about the ethical clearance. And then finally I got from medical, Faculty of Medical in Undip. Thank you, Professor Eddie, that Eddie Darmana, at the time that who signed in the ethical clearance. In 2017, I'm doing this study, and 2019, I'm published. And when I'm published this of manuscript that I already taught is about 2 weeks, but in this have a charge. So before I going to Japan to NIFISA program, and that in the NIFISA program I got information for minor revision, and at the time just have 1 or 2 days to minor revision, and then I sent back again, and then 3 days later I got information that accepted. And then when I got accepted information, when I'm back to Taiwan again, and I told to my professor that the manuscript already accepted. Okay, and then my professor said, okay, now you can going back to Indonesia and exam for next 24. Actually, I want to next 23 because my son per se, but the other professor cannot come to my exam. And finally, 2019, I'm finished, and thank you for Professor Tandio Rahayu, Professor Setio Rahayu, Dr. Nukdaningsi, Professor I forget, from biology, and two professor from biology that coming from Indonesia to Taiwan to support me. Thank you very much. Also at the time after finish of my examination, Professor Kuo coming to say calculation. So this is my journey, my experience when I writing paper. So sometimes it's very hard to say. Sometimes we are so sad because why this is still wrong? Why need revision? I think it's okay, but why still revise? But this is the revision. The reviewer comment is to improve our quality of manuscript. So thank you very much for your attention. I think it's enough. Thank you. And this is still have a Professor Kwon here and have a Professor Ikita also. So thank you. The time back to Miss Raya.
Okay, thank you very much, Ibu Titin. Very nice story and really inspiring struggle, ya Bu. I witnessed your way to get a PhD. It's so inspiring. All right, ladies and gentlemen, is there any questions for my beloved
I have.
colleague?
I
Yes,
have one
please.
question to Dr. Titin. Dr. Titin,
Okay,
I just
please.
wondering. I never been working with Taiwanese friends. I know Professor Ko personally, met
Yes.
and greeting him several times, but I just wondering because I'm in an international office, met with friends across the globe, and every country has their experience and the way and culture, right? So, is that difficult handling working and publish with friends from Taiwan, or is that more difficult working with friends and publish with friends in Japan? I just wondering because it's not similar with what I feel with the Singaporean people and then with Japanese people. That's quite different.
Okay. Actually, this is still process. So after this process finish, I can talk to you. And actually, I'm working with Professor Ko. I met in 2011. Dr. Ronnie joined FAUPS 2011 in Taiwan for 2011 in Taiwan.
No, I joined in Thailand. I met Dr. Sita Baiton in Taiwan.
Oh,
And in
yeah.
Bali and Thailand.
I'm not going to Thailand. I just going to Taiwan 2011 and Kobe
That's really good.
2019.
I found the gap. Then we need to go to Thailand. Agree?
Oh,
Then we
I
go to Thailand.
already go there. Okay. And the first time I met Professor Ko is 2011 in the conference of FAUPS also. And that time I got YA like you. And you got YA from Thailand. I got from Taiwan. And at the time, Professor Ko said, this is halal and this is not halal. Said this is good at the time. And he's very kind. And 2013, I have like a teaching program from Dikti to go to Taiwan. And then at the time, I met Professor Ko, but 2013 didn't have a for doctoral program. So I'm studying in the Chinese Cultural University, so in the up of the mountain. And when I'm studying there, Professor Ko is very kind, so I can study in the lab. So he give me free, and also free for study in the lab. So Elisa, how to do Elisa, and then make like histology.
Yes.
I forget the name, but last time I just
Histochemistry.
yeah, when I study in the master, I choose secretome.
Yes, I know. Microtome.
Yeah?
Microtome.
Oh, microtome.
Yes.
Oh my God, secretome. But in there, different.
I see.
And then, actually, he's very good to help us. Also, for my publication, he helped me to review about the abstract.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So similar because I worked a lot with Japanese friends and researchers. They are really, really strict, but really, really supportive and really good as a friends and trainer. So similar. Yeah, because I thought that maybe Taiwanese people is more strict compared to Japanese people. A bit strict.
For my professor, yes. My
Strict,
professor
right?
is Normalin. He's the founder, the old professor for physiology in Taiwan. So very strict. Maybe because I'm international, also because at the time my friend already graduated, only me not yet. No, you still revise it. And then that, as I told you before, I already proofread to the from native speaker, but they said, Titin, this is Indonesian. This is not English. Oh my God. What
Yes,
must I
Bu
do?
Titin. I remember when you come back to Indonesia and ask some of us to proofread your papers.
See, you have those community already. I do believe it will be enlarged. Do believe so.
Okay. Okay, I can see here Dr. Hardian raising hands.
Yes.
You want to say
my God,
something,
senior.
Dr. Hardian, please?
Yeah. Thank you, Mrs. Raya.
You're very welcome.
Yeah. So, like Dr. Ronnie, he is graduated from Japan, yeah, from Gunma University. So, and I know that Japanese kanji is a simplified of Chinese characters. Yeah.
Yeah.
So it must be very difficult to understand Chinese character. So when Dr. Titin, when you of course, Japanese language also complicated too. They have kanji, they have romaji, they have katakana, hiragana, and so on. So it's also very difficult. But my question for Dr. Titin, when you finish your study in China, so for paper, for discussion, for presentation, you use English or use Chinese? So I think the struggle is very hard over there. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you, Professor Hardian. Actually, in Taiwan, I use English. And I cannot speak Chinese very well, so I just can speak hi, hello, ni hao ma, just like that, and just a few words. Just a few words for buy some food, just like a street word.
Survival language.
Yes.
We call it survival language.
Survival language, because it's difficult, and the character of Chinese, also Japanese, not same with the word that with our state. So difficult to do that one. Even though I try to writing and then try to pronounce, but still kind of difficult. And I just can write my name.
Yeah, so must be. Yeah, I think Dr. Ronnie experience also is the same with Dr. Titin, because when we study in another country that have different characters, not international characters, yeah, so it must be very difficult also in Thailand. So maybe it's look like Java characters, but it's different. Yeah, so I think it must be very hard to study to get the title on Japan, also on China. So it's very, very good. Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Tian. Thank you, Dr. Ronnie. Yeah.
Thank you.
Maybe Dr. Ronnie, you want to say something, Dr. Ronnie?
Yes.
But you say it's very true. The most difficult part when we stay in other countries is about the culture and how we adapt with those culture. The way how we present ourselves in front of others, the manners matters. So we need to really sublime and adapt with the situation. But again, across the country and globes, I found that ethical manner to the seniors and teachers is same everywhere. So the things that we should keep and guard our student to follow that path, to have the ethics and the characters. Maybe that one, Dr. Hardian.
Yes. Yeah. So good luck. This message for the junior staff. Yeah.
But when we meet senior, the senior must be with us.
Especially when we go to Semarang and we get bakso over there, right, Dr. Hardian?
Oh yes, of course. Yeah. In Semarang, the most famous is nasi kucing. Yeah.
Dr. Hardian. So rice cat. Okay.
Yeah, cat rice.
How to say rice cat in Japan?
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Mrs. Raya. Yeah, thank you.
You're very welcome.
Thank you, Mrs. Titin. Thank you, Dr. Ronnie.
Getting more interesting because, ladies and gentlemen, we can see the experience of our speakers who have been studying abroad. Dr. Ronnie from Japan, Ibu Sri Sumartiningsih from Taiwan.
From Taiwan. They don't want to say China. Taiwan.
Yeah. From Taiwan. And I actually from the Ohio State University.
Wow.
USA.
And no wonder your English was really good.
Thank you.
Yeah, because you study in English.
I think you have to say something also, Mrs. Raya.
Yeah, as Mr. Ronnie said that our respect to lectures everywhere is the same. I do I do agree that it's the same, but in the United States, it's more friendly. We are more friendly to our lecturers. Sometimes they don't want us to call them Mr. or Mrs. They just want us to call them by their name, which is, for me, I feel uncomfortable to do that. Of course, because I'm Asia, we put a very high respect to teacher, but yeah, their culture is different. They want to be equal with us, but still we, as Asia, we put higher respect to them. And what else? I think that later on we can talk about, maybe we can talk about exchange experience and tips for getting scholarship to study abroad, maybe
Yeah. Okay.
in other occasions.
Any culture shock maybe because the communication method like in Japan, so when we say something like ping pong during the conversation, yeah, so we say something and then we wait until finish and then I forgot the word, but in when I call my friends, she is from American, she's professor in Spanish language, but when she called me and then I answer before her finish her sentence, he got mad because you not listen to me, you answer before I finish. But I said, no, in Japan it's like that. Maybe Dr. Randy can understand. Finish the sentence first, sang or or mas we has to know, and then and then we answer. Yeah. So do you got that kind of
Culture
experience?
shock. Yeah, I got some culture shock when I got there because I live in a dormitory with other Americans, and then they always say, "Hey, what's up? Hey, how are you?" In Indonesia, when people ask apa kabar, we will explain, right? Bagaimana
Yes.
kabar kita.
Yes.
But
Yes.
over there, they were just like asking me, "How are you?"
Yeah.
and then pass by. So, but I learned from the culture that whenever people say what's up, you just say what's up and leave it.
Yeah.
What's
Yeah.
up? Not serious. How are you? Fine, and then leave it.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's not. It doesn't mean that they care. It's just like saying hi. Hi, how are you? I'm fine. Bye. Just pass by.
Yeah.
But
Usually,
the reverse culture shock is worse than the culture shock itself. Reverse culture shock is when you get back to Indonesia and see how is it different with a year experience abroad. It's worse because then you become like, why my country is like this? Why they don't? Why everyone was just like doing something that more? What is it?
Yeah.
How to explain?
Yeah, but my culture shock when I'm in Taiwan was because I'm a Muslim and wear this one, and not so many Muslim in there, and I have some trouble with the Vietnamese for first time because I use this one and they try to want to take it out. So it's not good at the time, the culture shock. And Dr. Roni, your professor is Professor Nori, right? Nori.
Correct. Nori
Yeah.
Tukoibuchi.
So please waiting for him and say thank you because last fall I got a problem with the visa. So he helped me so much. Actually, when going to the FAUPS, I always have a problem with visa. So
Yeah, I will say hello to him and say and spend your regards to him. He will be very happy. He will be very happy.
Because I'm the survivor one that I can going to Japan because of him back.
We go together. We go together. Don't worry. I will come to Thailand with you. I find the gaps, and I will go to Ohio with Mr. Ryan.
Okay.
Oh, sure.
I find the gaps.
Where do you stay in Thailand?
Chicago, but not to Ohio yet.
Where do you went to Thailand, Dr. Roni?
Hopefully next year.
No. I mean, when did you stay in Thailand?
I think 2015.
15.
No.
15, yeah.
I did not stay in Taiwan, but only spent for 3 days over there at
a conference.
Conference FAUPS 2013, if I'm mistaken.
Thailand and Bangkok. In Bangkok.
Bangkok.
Okay.
And I went there and met with Dr. Siti Baito.
Okay.
And we sat in front of the room and type the presentation together.
That's
What,
great.
what's hotel in Bangkok?
As a
What's
student, just
hotel in
finished,
What
you
is
need
the
to do a lot
place?
of things.
What's the place in Bangkok?
Ah, Mas Roni.
It is here. Okay, it seems like it's become a reunion while everyone is still here. I think.
Miss Raya, can I ask
Yes.
a question?
Oh yes.
Oh, okay,
Dr.
maybe last
Yeti
question
from
because
Medan.
at 3. Okay, Dr. Yeti
Yeah.
Makrina, because Dr. Yeti beautiful, so I will let you to ask the question.
Yeah, Mbak Titin and Roni is also my friends in EIV and also Dr. Hardian.
Halo Bu.
Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Yeah, Mbak Titin and Dr. Roni, I have a question.
Yes.
Is any impact when you ask researcher from outside of Indonesia collaborate in your paper or journal? Is there any impact in changes? Because I have a plan to ask a few researcher from another university outside Indonesia to collaborate in a paper publication, but I'm still confused. What are their contribution in our paper? Maybe for Mbak Titin and also
Mbak
Dr.
Titin.
Roni.
Oh,
Thank
okay,
you.
Mbak Titin first. Mbak Titin, you are mentioned first. Then you
Okay,
first.
okay. From my experience, that collaboration, research with the other from the other country, I have a friend from Poland that I met with him in Nivisa, so in Warsaw National Sport. So I have one manuscript that not yet finished with him. So he helped me. So we are together so about writing the manuscript from the background that I write, and then she also review, and then he fixed about I fixed about the data analysis. I also do the data, and he said I think this is not good for this, and he just make a fix and use his suggestion, and then we try that to make this is clear the manuscript, but this is not yet published, just still on process right now. And like Professor Guo, because last time actually he helped me about the abstract, because his focus is first is the abstract is must be interest. If not interest, the editor not want to read, and maybe just reject it. Professor Guo said that. So he fixed in the abstract, and finally published, but without him name in the paper, because in Taiwan I also have like a sopan santun. I need to permission with my professor, even though my professor Professor Kuo helped me, so I need to permission with him. So Professor Kuo, I give to the acknowledgement like that. So this is based on my experience. And now Dr. Roni.
Thank you, Dr. Titin. So thank you, Dr. Yeti. There is a few experience. Basically, foreign people always want to be involved whenever we write something. Thus, whenever we want to invite them in the group and we discuss about the proposed future manuscript, usually we call them in a Zoom meeting in recent 1 or 2 years. I just said, share the experience recent 1 or 2 years, because past before 2 years back, I went there and discussed directly desk to desk with them. But the thing is, whenever you get a Zoom meeting and explore the idea, throwing the idea and the novelty, sharing the trust with the person that you will invite as your group and collaborator. Basically, after that meeting, usually we have 1 or another 2 meeting to sharpen the ID, solidifying from several ID into 1 or 2 ID specifically, and try to gather the information and reference. And the other end, usually the friends which is we invited as collaborator is a busy person and a famous professor. Why? Because we want also not only collaborate and get their names, but the impact of the names involved in the paper.
In that regard, they will not have a lot of time to develop the draft manuscript by themselves. But whenever we involve them discussing the idea and developing the construct of the manuscript, when we send them after that the email contained with the draft, which is we have been drafting with our student, they are more open and willingly to accept that. Then we can get a revision like we're doing with the reviewer in the journal. Usually we discuss from the beginning until the end. So we did not do care anymore about the quality of the reference. It's already become like compulsory. You should note that we will not discuss about this point. So we will discuss about how we put in the storyline, what part we will expose as not as the novelty, and which is the gap and the point we over to the readers. And they put and helping us to sharpening the abstract and the introduction, because this is we call the mukadimah or the front door. If you do not be able to create a good front door, people will not enter and read the journal. So by we put and create a very interesting opening section of our journal, they will read into and inside the point and they get citation, our journal. So we'll get a good citation. And then bringing up the collaboration with other friends from side of the globe, this will be very beneficial for us. But again, why asking with a little bit joke with Dr. Titin, how is the difference between the Taiwanese researcher and Japanese researcher? Because every area has their own character. We need to approach them carefully and did not cross the border for the ethical issue or habits. Like Dr. Titin said, Dr. Titin did not dare to put the names into the outer list, but put the names into the acknowledgement. This is kind of the sense that we get that because we live with them with a long period and we know very well where they're blinking their eyes like this, what it does mean. And when they move with the gesture like that, is that happy or not happy? So we need to be careful with that. But the thing is, definitely opening the gate, collaborate with others across the globe, it will be enhance our work. This is what I think. Thank you, Dr. Yati.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Ronnie.
Is it okay, Dr. Yati?
Okay.
Is it clear?
Okay.
Very nice and very inspiring. Collaborate with others. And now we have these forums. More than 100 researchers, lecturers, students are here. So you guys can collaborate with others from this forum. Now we got to know Dr. Ronnie, we got to know Dr. Hardian, Dr. Titin, Dr. Yeti, Dr. Siti Baitul. We get to know everyone here. So if you know what's, for my student, I mean, if you already know what's your area of interest, you can read their papers and then approach them. Try if you are having some idea and you have enough knowledge, enough input about what you read and you know what to do, you can contact one of them. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's now we come to the end of the session. Oh my God. I'm sorry, forgive me, I forgot. I have a certificate of appreciation for my very best friend, of course. So, Ibu Titin, thank you so much for giving your valuable time to organize this event. For your information, guys, this event is actually part of World Class Professors 2021. Congratulations to Ibu Titin for winning the, what is it? What do you call it? Winning the hibah, yeah? This prize, this Nobel Prize, to organize the World Class Professor. So for the next 2 months, we're gonna have more and more international event and webinars with inviting some lectures, some international high qualified lectures like what we have today. So thank you, Ibu Titin, for having us here and for giving your valuable time and valuable presentations. And I would like to thanks to Dr. Ronnie Lesmana, who have been with us from the beginning till the end. It's very nice to have you in every step of our journey in ICOR. We know each other, I believe, since 2018 or 2017. You came to our faculty, right, at the times. It was a pleasure to have you again here, to see you
happy to
virtually.
See you again, definitely.
Yeah, hope to see you again, but not virtually, in real.
We'll do so. I will come and meet Prof. Tanyo and also Mas Azam. Don't worry.
Oh, nice for our new faculty, right? For kedokteran?
Not sure, but I will. I
Okay.
plan to come and see you personally, definitely.
Okay, sure. Welcome. All right, ladies and gentlemen, now we come to the end of our session. I'd like to thank everyone for your participation, for joining us till the end of the sessions. And please stay in touch. We have a WhatsApp group. Don't leave the group because any further information regarding to our next event will be announced in the groups. Thanks everyone for joining us. Thank you Dr. Hadian, Dr. Roni Lesmana, Ibu Dr. Sri Sumartiningsih, Ibu Dr. Siti Baitul, Ibu Dr. Setia Rahayu, Ibu Dr. Yeti, and all distinguished guests who I cannot mention the name one by one. Thank you for your support toward our event. Hope to see you again in another occasion. I'm Fatwana Suraya. Thank you and wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Mr. Raya.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Yeah.
Don't forget to fill the form.
Thank you, Dr. Roni. Thank you, Dr. Titin. Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Yati. Yeah. Goodbye to. Thank you. Yeah.
Terima kasih.
Thank you,
Dr.
everyone.
Hadian,
Sama-sama.
Mas Roni, see you.
Yeah.
Ya, see you. Jangan lupa untuk mengisi link sertifikatnya, dan bila ada tema atau topik yang akan dibuat riset ataupun publikasi bisa ditulis dan screenshot-nya bukti kehadirannya untuk mendapat sertifikat directly to your email.
Thank you, Mi.
Ya. Thank you. Terima kasih semuanya.
Ya, terima kasih, Dr.
Terima kasih.
Budaya. Mas sekali.
Bu
Ya.
Titin, makasih
Iya.
semuanya.
Screenshot saya yang ambilin Bu Titin, malahan yang punya malah Bu Titin.
Apa?
Screenshot saya.
Yeah,
Minta Bu
I
Titin.
help you because you are the senior.
Special for Dr. Hardian, the certificate will be handed by Ibu Titin directly.
Nanti kalau pas lewat di depan justisi.
Terima kasih. Sehat terus
Ya.
dong.
Terima kasih semuanya.
Ya, terima kasih. Ya, terima kasih, Bro. Terima kasih.
Dari Taiwan nih, Pak. Pak Aris ini juga dari Taiwan, Pak. Terima kasih Mbak Meta, Simpe Meta, Os. Thank you for coming. Ada Simpe Meta dari Taiwan.
Oh iya. Ya. Good afternoon.
Matur suwun Dr. Hadian.
Sami-sami, Dr. Titin. Ini screenshotnya tidak harus 4-4-nya kan ya?
Iya, satu aja nggak apa-apa.
Ya.
Itu nanti
Siap.
kalau ada rencana publikasi, rencana untuk research bisa ditulis untuk laporan. Sama draft. Mungkin nanti kalau yang ada draft artikel bisa kita sampaikan ke Prof. Wo dan Dr. Ron.
Oh iya, siap. Terima kasih. Ya.
Iya.
Sebentar ini.
Terima kasih nih Pak Mustafa yang setia membantu ini Pak di belakang layar. Ini koneksinya bagus gara-gara Pak Mustafa.
Iya, bagus, lancar, tidak terputus-putus tadi hari ini.
Alhamdulillah ya.
Iya.
Ini kalau nggak ada Pak Mus tadi mungkin nggak lancar nih Pak.
Iya.
Untuk YouTube bisa disaksikan di channel FIK UNES Semarang.
Jangan lupa.
Terima kasih.
Ibu mohon maaf, saya screenshotnya itu di device yang berbeda. Terus saya punya link yang untuk untuk absensi. Nah, gimana caranya ya Bu ya? Saya nggak ngerti untuk screenshotnya nih, untuk proofnya ini loh Bu.
Dikirim aja pakai Bluetooth atau email, download ke device-nya.
Boleh saya minta mungkin nomor email Ibu atau gimana Bu?
Boleh. Saya kirim.
Mohon izin Bu, mungkin bisa di
apa
screenshot
email?
dan dikirim ke WA.
Boleh WhatsApp, boleh Bu. WhatsApp mungkin lebih gampang, lebih cepat.
Ini Dr. Gigi dari Unpad ya.
Betul, betul.
Iya, yang nyuruh tadi Dokter Roni ini mesti.
Eh, kami masih kebingungan karena belum perkuliahan belum mulai. Tiba-tiba dikasih link. Udah ikut aja nih, kayaknya bagus nih. Bagus bener ternyata emang. Makasih banyak.
Ini kok nggak ada wajahnya, Dok?
Nggak ada wajahnya. Ini lagi di jalan. Lagi dia baru pulang kantor.
Oke, terima kasih ya Dokter Sylvia.
Makasih banyak. Ya, makasih
Ya.
banyak. Sukses selalu.
Terima kasih, Miss.
Thank you, Miss. Ya, sama-sama. Oke. Dokter Hadian, sakit?
Gimana?
Sudah bisa?
Sudah. Dari HP sudah. Tadi yang waktu ganggu Dokter Agus tadi. Saya kira yang itu aja.
Ya, Dokter Agus, ini terima kasih sama ada Dokter Elmita, Dokter Elmita yang ikut tuh.
Iya. Tapi katanya Dokter Agus nggak bisa masuk tadi katanya.
Ya, tadi bisa screenshot Mbak Raya kok.
Oh gitu.
Ini Mbak Raya dapat salam dari Dokter Agus ini.
ada penggemar.
Iya. Mungkin sudah jam 15.
Ya, sudah waktu asar, sudah lewat waktu asar. Ya.
Kalau Dokter Hadian rumahnya di mana, Dok?
Di ini dekatnya PGSD.
SD UNES.
PGSD UNES ya, Samangan.
Oh, dekat sini toh, Dok.
Iya,
Tahu gitu, kalau saya lapar tinggal datang ke sini.
Kalau tetangga yang dosen UNES dulu ini itu bukan dosen tapi sekretarisnya manajemen pendidikan itu Prof Samsudi.
Prof Samsudi.
Prof Sam ya, sekretarisnya dulu depan rumah saya. Terus kalau yang dosen UNES yang di rata-rata di arah dekat PGSD itu. Ya. Kalau Bu Roni, Bu Titin dalamnya di mana?
Saya di Telogosari, Dok.
Telogosari, dia wah jauh juga malah lewat depan saya malah.
Iya, makanya nanti kalau saya lapar tinggal ke Dokter Hadian.
Tapi saya kerjanya juga sama Tembalang kok.
Naiknya. Di Tembalang ini, Dok, sekarang yang
jarang di rumah.
Yang di
kedokteran. Yang kedokteran yang lama kan sudah dirobohkan kan. Itu kalau yang di RSDK masih cuman ikut RSDK kan, enggak sendiri. Ya.
RSDK masih ya.
Iya, masih ada, cuman ya saya kadang-kadang masih agak ragu-ragu kalau ke RSDK. Harusnya besok ngajar di RSDK, tapi saya enggak mau Zoom aja gitu. Besok ngajar gitu. Pakai Zoom aja. Saya masih situasinya masih belum seperti yang seindah yang di televisi. Ya. Ya, setelah itulah permainan statistik kan biasa.
Ya, betul, statistiknya.
Iya,
semoga segera pandemi berlalu ya, Dok ya.
Iya, betul. Ini
ada Prof Sugiarto juga loh, Dokter.
Kenapa?
Ada Prof Sugiarto.
Selamat siang, Prof ya. Selamat sonton Prof ya. Mungkin
tapi dia
enggak mireng mungkin sudah.
Iya, sedang sholat mungkin.
Iya, topiknya bagus hari ini Bu Titin. Topiknya bagus, bicaranya juga bagus, jadi menarik begitu ya. Misalnya kalau tadi misalkan jauh-jauh hari tahu, mungkin mahasiswa S1 bisa saya kerahkan supaya ikut sini, karena memang kita selalu ada riset camp untuk mahasiswa. Jadi artinya untuk teman-teman yang punya banyak publikasi gitu untuk ngasih ke mahasiswa, mulai dari bikin abstrak, mulai dari bikin pendahuluan, mulai dari bikin method, bikin statistik gitu. Kita ada bikin pembahasan, ada. Jadi artinya memang, dan mereka juga outputnya tuntut artikel yang jadi gitu, artikel jadi terus kita kirim. Sekarang malah kecenderungannya malah mahasiswa S1 enggak terima kalau hanya publish di jurnal fakultas, nggak mau mereka sekarang. Saya maunya internasional, Pak. Ya sekarang mau tahu gitu.
Malah bagus.
Iya, ini memang yang ini terakhir baru beberapa hari yang lalu, itu kan bulan kemarin saya dikeluhi mahasiswa dia udah setahun di reject terus artikelnya, papernya, di jurnal Q4 di reject, Q4 ya, Malaysia Journal of Medical and Health Science ditolak, kemudian di jurnal nasional di mana saya lupa ditolak, terus cerita gitu, ini saya Pak ini kok ditolak, coba lihat, tapi terus kita rubah-rubah, terus akhirnya malah terima di Q1 malah.
Wah, keren.
Ya, tapi bayarnya juga serem, bayarnya 2.500 US.
2.500 ya.
2.500.
Sekarang berapa ya, Dok? 40-an ya?
Iya, 40-an, 2.500 US.
Terus tapi dapat, kalau di Undip dapat itu ya, apa, dapat reward ya?
Ini Mahasiswa S1. Terus autornya Mahasiswa S1.
Terus autornya aja.
Iya, tapi dia naik niat ya Ustaz. Gitu.
Lumayan keren. Saya dulu pas di Taiwan dapat reward tapi 20.000.
Oh, 20.000 ya. Wah, bagus, banyak itu. Itu lumayan, tapi memang perjuangannya juga cukup. Tadi saya cerita tadi memang karena reviewer jurnalnya kan jurnal apa dari Science Direct ya waktu itu, Science Direct memang cukup susah, dia minta statistik yang berbeda. Tadi yang pertanyaan saya ke Prof. Lim tadi, memang dia minta statistik yang aneh-aneh, yang wah ribet, tapi ya sudah, karena saya baca apa kurikulum vitae-nya beliau, artinya dia memang chief editor gitu, karena memang jago statistik, pantesan gitu, pantesan. Pertanyaannya juga ngeri-ngeri, tapi ya alhamdulillah berhasil
ya, Dok, ya?
Akhirnya publish. Cepet kok, kita ngirim 2 minggu itu sudah in press. Jadi sudah bukan in press, sudah terbit 2 minggu.
Oh, cepet gitu. Ya?
Iya, tapi tadi uangnya tadi juga serem. Tapi ya mana anak tadi mau, ya sudah itu nanti kamu klaimkan kemana gitu, ke calon mertua apa kemana gitu. Tapi ini kita baru ngurus kok. Kita baru ngurus ke universitas. Mudah-mudahan bisa diganti ya. Kasihan kalau. Kenapa?
Kalau di luar kayaknya kalau yang mahasiswa itu dapat reward juga kalau di luar.
Ya mestinya begitu. Biasanya kalau tidak, sayang dulu pernah juga ada mahasiswa saya itu juga diminta sama Frontier itu. Terus diminta dipublish di sana. Terus saya bilang kalau di sana bayar enggak, yang bayar nanti 2.250. Saya bilang waduh, yang bayar sopo 250 gitu. Ya, terus akhirnya publish di Q4. Di Q4 baru 2 minggu itu sudah hampir berapa 700 itunya downloadnya.
Wah, banyak.
Iya, banyak.
Tahu ya, Dok ya. Yang di Q4 itu. Nanti tak ikut-ikutan.
Kalau itu di ini kok, di Malaysian Journal kok. Malaysian Journal. Iya, Malaysian Journal of Medical MJMHS, Malaysian Journal Medical and Health Science. Tapi dia umum, tidak cuma medical, sport science juga ada gitu. Tapi Q4 gitu. Iya. Cuman kelemahannya agak tinggi, ya? Kenapa?
SDR-nya tinggi. Soalnya itu saya kadang lihat ada yang ditawarkan Q1 tapi SDR-nya itu hanya 0,2. Terus ada yang Q3 tapi SDR-nya 0,4 gitu kan.
Itu saya agak lupa SDR-nya berapa itu. Agak lupa, tapi yang nggak tinggi-tinggi amat lah, 0, berapa gitu. Tapi ya lumayan, kalau mahasiswa S1 kan lumayan. Sudah. Tapi sekarang kalau dulu lumayan, sekarang kalau saya itu mah kempreti, saya nggak mau yang itu Pak, maunya lebih tinggi lagi. Ya sekarang butuh. Sudah kemaki. Ya sudah kemaki, tapi ya memang ya mungkin kalau saya, karena kita meminta mahasiswa kalau ujian tidak berupa skripsi. Tapi kalau ujian mintanya artikel gitu. Jadi yang diuji artikelnya gitu. Jadi bukan skripsi itu buat, tapi artikel yang diujikan. Jadi terus lama-lama kebiasaan untuk nulis paper itu terus jadi kebiasaan untuk seluruh mahasiswa. Gitu. Jadi kalau yang diujikan skripsinya malah malu, kok saya maunya ujiannya pakai papernya ada, oh ya bagus loh gitu. Ya. Jadi ya mudah-mudahan berkembang terus.
Amin.
Ya, amin.
Keren, Prof. Kalau masalahnya yang di kita itu yang kurang alat, Prof.
Betul. Iya. Masa saya bilang kan dulu gini, menuntut kita publikasi di internasional, gitu. Tapi kalau kita alatnya masih pakai langes gitu, bahasa Inggrisnya langes saja tuh apa nggak ngerti gitu. Karena bahasa Inggris langas piye gitu gitu ya. Nah itu kan gimana kalau kita tidak dituntut. Anak ada yang sombong gitu ya, oh ini publikasi Undip itu 70% dari kami gitu. Ya weh loh, kamu alat-alat ditaruh di tempatmu semua kok gitu. Kita yang alat-alat lain tidak dibelikan gitu. Minta alat masih dibeli mainan dosen gitu. Kalian susah gitu. Ya.
Iya, ini kayaknya perlu ada perbaikan nih.
Iya betul. Jadi akhirnya yang penting satu kok, yang satu jangan mempersulit. Kan karena apa? Karena kan kalau mungkin kita punya banyak ide, kita punya dan tapi takut kalau ngajukan. Nanti kalau ngajukan keliru malah masuk kalau nggak nanduk kan repot. Gitu. Apa enggak tadi komentarnya itu mainan dosen. Uang dana satu fakultas 2 miliar, kau minta sendiri 1,5 miliar lah. Itu kan komentar-komentar enggak enak kan gitu tuh. Ya. Ya tapi intinya satu kok kolaborasi. Kalau kita kolaborasi mungkin Undip, UNES gitu ya kolaborasi, tak kira nanti bisa bagus gitu. Ya jadi artinya kita bareng-bareng gitu, apa yang bisa saling sumbang gitu, gitu. Atau enggak nulis paper bareng, kita buat grup nulis paper gitu kan bagus tuh. Ya, jadi sama-sama.